Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, June the 14th. Sorry for the late start. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me, see my screen. So the crazy one so far, probably going to be, obviously going to be the crazy one today. WETG China stock, very low float. I actually checked another source and they had about 450,000. So we're in the right ballpark, 335,000 shares in the float. So crazy, crazy low float. China. And they also put AI in their press release. So this one now, it's not that I wanted to short it, William, so much. It's just that I was amazed that IB had shorts available. With that float, I didn't think there'd be any shorts available. But right now, severe rippage. Let's take a look left. Where's the next high? 1441. Nope, that was the open. No, 1358. So I'm just looking at the next highs, looking left. Looks like the next high is 1948 on the weekly chart, on the daily chart. Of course, we're not saying it's getting there, but there's no rhyme or reason for this one doing what it's doing. It's just saying, they launched large scale language processing models to increase product applications in the field of AI. So there you go. Still shares available, 10,000 at Interactive Brokers. So about 4,000 have been picked up, snapped up since I last looked. Those are not going to last. I mean, there's no way this keeps going, right, guys? But I'm with you, William. I mean, put AI in the name. It's a guess where it's going to stall. Actually, right there, I was thinking of it right up here. At that point, I wasn't sure there were shorts available. It got up to 12 and it pulled right back down to 10. I said, darn, why didn't I short that? Not even realizing if there were shorts available. Well, I'm going to that website that I know everybody, but many seem to think that's the one, the dilution tracker. Okay. And they've got 450,000 shares in the float. So I'm going by them. Now there are other things happening. This is interesting. This BG is actually a buy. They're buying. Meanwhile, WETG continues. BG is buying a company. Must be a private company. Viterra, the world's biggest oil seed crusher. Okay, Viterra, it must be a private company. Let me just do a check on that. Yeah, it looks like that's a private company. So anyway, BG is buying this private company, has not affected the share price at all. In fact, there's hardly any action, only 1,000 shares. Maybe 500,000, Leanne. I mean, that's close enough. Okay, for what G? We've got 335. Another website I went to had 440. So it's in the ballpark. It's very difficult to get an accurate float when it's such when they've probably done a bunch of reverse splits. But anyway, it's very low. The bottom line is very low. Oh, the other website, Dilution Tracker. Yes, Dilution Tracker. And thank you, Harry. Yeah, that's the website. Okay, other things are actually happening. So plug has been on a roll. Plug Power extends the rally as Analyst Day unveils ambitious sales goals or sales and operations goals. Okay, EV play, of course. PDSB, PDSB was popping this morning, starting to drop though. Still, yeah, actually, look at this. It got up to 769. Now it's basically flat. They did have an announcement of achievement of efficacy threshold in stage 2. IVA, let's see if it's still up there. IVA. Yeah, so it's pulled back quite a bit, guys. I mean, it got up to 539. It's back down to 473. This is a phase 2 diabetes drug. Next, NEXT. NEXT up 28%. I don't see any. Here we go. Framework agreement with global. I'm just looking for AI, no AI. Okay. Logitech is getting hit here a bit, guys. LOGI. Logitech getting hit, getting close to the 200-day moving average. Swiss company. Don't see Citigroup has downgraded them. Okay, so that is, I guess that's the reason. That's a big gap down. A pretty good volume also. And that's Logitech, LOGI, getting close to that 200-day moving average, 56.27. So it's just a little bit above it. MAXN. This is interesting, guys. So MAXN, Roth has put a $40 price target on them. I think that's the only reason. My goodness, that WETG is just going absolutely crazy. Look at MAXN though. The next high looking left on the daily is 33.70. If somehow it gets through that, I mean, it's got a lot of room. So anyway, Roth has put a $40 price target on MAXN. And WISA, WISA is gapping up because cannot see any reason. Yeah, I don't see any reason for this one. They had some news yesterday, but I don't see any news today for WISA. Doesn't mean there isn't, but I just can't see any of my IB headlines. But it's hard to take our eyes off wet G. No kidding. Look at this. They're being snapped up. Only 3,000 shares left now at Interactive Brokers. Only 3,000. So it's gone from 14 down to 3. Now, depends where anybody got it at 13 is probably gagging right now, wondering what the heck where is it going to stop? The next high, I mean, guys, the next high is 20, approximately 20, 1948 on the daily chart. And here's the nonsense of the market, guys. Just because it's pre-market, they don't halt it. Okay, but if the market were open, you know, all of a sudden everything changes. And I'm saying this obviously would have got halted as a volatility halt. And somebody can explain it to me over and over and over again. I don't care. It just makes no common sense to me why you can halt things when the market's open. But hey, in the pre-market, go for it. I know there's a reason. I just don't. I think it's preposterous. So we are in for a kind of a neutral open right now, and of course today is Fed Day. So we've got 2 o'clock and 2:30. Okay, there's a presser at 2:30, so we've got the double, and of course the market is anticipating no rate increase. If there is a rate increase today, our markets are going to go crazy. Yeah, so the reason I'm seeing the conversation about dilution tracker because we have our data provider. This is the data that our data provider gives to us. Okay, and the float can be I'll even call a contentious issue. If you go to 10 different websites, you might find 10 different float numbers. It's very difficult sometimes to get the true float of these very cheap ones and the ones with very low floats. Not so much a cheap share price, but when it's a very low float. But it appears that dilution tracker is probably as good a one as any. So if we're close to dilution tracker, I feel that's a win. So that's why sometimes when I see a low float situation, I will go and check them to see how close we are to that number. But it's very difficult sometimes to get a true number on that float. All right, it is now 9:12, so I'm going to go to my email and see if briefing.com has delivered to me the upgrades and downgrades this morning. And the answer is yes. Let's see how many they've got. Oh, well, this is a change. We have quite a few more downgrades than upgrades now. So let me get some of them in. By the way, I have opened the Discord room today, so anybody wanted to head over there, you can listen to me over there also. Very few upgrades now. There's a much bigger downgrade list. We haven't seen that for a while. So let me get a few of these in. See if there's any stock that has been downgraded by multiple firms. I don't see any right now. DoorDash has been downgraded. Don't see anything from, excuse me, I don't see anything from Goldman. There's a downgrade for Logi, LOGI. Okay, there are a couple of downgrades for CFLT, actually. CFLT, take a look at CFLT by Guggenheim and who else? And Jeffries. Good morning, Robert, in YouTube. Ah, I didn't see that. I did not see that, Real. Thank you. Not in the headline that I saw. I just see that. Here we go. Yeah. Logitech announces sudden CEO departure. Aha. The stock is tumbling. Wow. Stepping down to pursue another opportunity. Resignation is effective immediately, but the company said he will remain with Logitech over the coming month to help with the transition. Oh, Grumpus, I thought somebody tried to explain it to me a long time ago, and said this is the reason, and I thought, well, makes no sense to me whatsoever. Same thing with the uptick rule. You can short a stock if it's down a million percent in the pre-market. But if it's down 10.00001% when the market opens, you cannot short it necessarily because of the uptick rule. I mean, it makes no sense to me. How's Fuel Cell doing? FCEL. I know Ballard Plug seems to be just on its own. Yeah, so Ballard actually got a downgrade this morning. Ballard actually getting into the 200-day moving average. But where could Plug keep going? Let's see now. The next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like it's around 1238 or so. Yeah, okay, this is not my HTML chart. Give me a moment. Oh, darn. I think I might be hung up. Nope, not hung up. Okay. So Plug on the weekly chart. Yeah, okay, something is going on here, guys, for me. Let me just see if I can change the symbol here. Okay, it did not like the fact that I went to my browser interface midstream here, so I'm just gonna have to go back. So anyway, let's take a look at Plug and see where the next high is on the weekly chart. $13 looks like that's the next high. Meanwhile, WETG, now there are no more shorts. No more shorts at Interactive Brokers. They've all been snapped up. Depending where they got them, people are extremely happy or extremely nervous. What about Roku? Okay, let's take a look at Roku. Well, there's no volume yet, so I don't know what to really expect. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 77. So it's got some room, I guess. Actually, that's not true. Last week's high was $75, so it's got a little bit of room till there. But right now, I mean, there's no volume, so it's hard to know what's going to happen with Roku today. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. So again, we're in for a mildly positive open. So I'm going to check the sectors. I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar, click on show more, and then get down to the sectors, see what's happening. Well, even though we're in for a mild open, most of these sectors. So there's okay, first of all, XLE, that's the major ETF for energy. 95% in green. What does that mean? That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what that means. And as you can see, most of the sectors are well above the 50% level. Okay. Now, again, we had a nice day yesterday. I'm so interested to see where XLE is now with respect to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I mean it's trying, but it's still below. There's a big topping tail for XLE yesterday. Financials, really want to see how close financials are getting. Getting closer, guys. Really getting closer. Look at this. 33.63. 30, we're at 33.42. The 200-day moving average is 33.63. So it has come a long ways up. Retail, I think retail was right around or just above yesterday, I believe. Okay, yeah. So it got above the 200-day moving average and it held. Staples was the other one I think that was below XLP. Yeah, so you can see what happened yesterday. It's closed right at the 200-day moving average. So we're getting closer to having virtually all the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. We're still waiting on energy. We're still waiting on energy, and we're waiting on financials, of course. Take a look at healthcare, XLV. Yeah, so XLV got above it. So really, guys, it's just a matter of energy. I think it's just energy and financials. I think those are the only two major ones still below the 200-day moving average and getting closer and closer. Fireworks. What happens when they reach the 200-day moving average? Fireworks everywhere. But no, it's seriously. I mean, the 200-day moving average is just very widely followed. You know, in a nutshell, above good, below bad. Okay, I mean, wow, WETG. These people who are short, yikes. Brokers. Wow. Yeah, and again, I wasn't trying to be too flip. I mean, you'll hear me talk all the time. You know, when we're looking at a stock, where is it in relation to its 200-day moving average and the VWAP? So yeah, a stock that is coming down into its 200-day moving average. Will the 200-day moving average provide support? Okay. Will it bounce off it, move higher, or if it takes it out? I mean, you don't know. I mean, there's no 100% one way or the other. But many times, and many times you'll see a stock moving higher and it gets into its 200-day moving average and it stalls and moves down. Many times that happens. I think real talking with COHR. I don't think I saw COHR anywhere. COHR. They did have some news. They introduced a new, precision welding and high speeds and EV application. So kind of an EV play. So there is some news on this one. It pop up to almost $51, about $51. It has pulled back $5 from the high, COHR. Look at this, right into the 200-day moving average. Okay, speaking about the 200-day moving average, I don't know why this happens, why this gets all jumbled up. Let me see if I have to load another stock. Ah, no, we don't have a 200-day moving average. So this started trading maybe a COHR back here. Something happened here. Yeah, there's no way. Obviously, let's check the date here. 6/27/22. Yeah, and then this is 9. So this ceased trading as some other company, I guess, as COHR, June 27th of 2022, last year. Then it started trading as COHR back again in August or September. Yeah, September, sorry. So from June to September, it didn't trade as COHR. So I guess that's why there's no 200-day moving average. US Steel, X. Let's take a look at X. Yeah, right into the 200-day. So there's one. Let's see if it holds. Let's see if that holds it. Can it get through, or is it going to stop and move back down? I mean, that's just a matter of it's just an interesting area, obviously interesting area all the time. The 200-day moving average and the VWAP. 1 minute. All right, guys. 1 minute to the open. Yes, less than a minute, 40 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Get rid of that. Let's see where Wedgie keeps going. Well, it's possible to just stop trading. Maybe it went. You have to read the news. I mean, I don't off the top of my head, I don't know. Sometimes a symbol just stops, or a company just stops trading as that symbol, and another company takes over that symbol for whatever reason. I'm not saying that's the case. Usually, it's not. Usually, it could be years, but in this case, it was from June to September. It wasn't trading as COHR. You have to go back and read. I don't know off the top of my head. Okay, guys, we're now open for business here. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, LI. So the EV plays are starting to get some traction now, guys. There's LI, China EV player, of course. And when you look left, still some room for this one to run. A cheap one here, guys. Did not see this one in the pre-market. GOSS. GOSS, cheap one. Gossamer. If there's any news on this one. Don't see any news on Gossamer, GOSS. To me, it's coming into between here and 150. To me, looks like there's too much resistance to me. Whoa, we're getting some hits now here. GME's on a tumble. I was really hoping this would get closer and closer to 28. Why? Because I was going to take a look at a short of this one. I was looking to see if we could get closer to that 28 level. Look at the weekly chart. Lots of action right there. I thought it could stall there, but it didn't get there. So anyway, GME selling off a little bit here. And Carvana selling off also. CVNA. CVNA is selling off. And the market's selling off. Wow, look at so Dow's down quite a bit, guys. What G is halted? Yeah, okay. I was wondering why is it just stuck at 22? So what G is halted? Wow, look at LI, guys. Look at LI ripping here. 3280 was the alert. Again, I don't trade in I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. So some of these are just going to run without me. It's a great break on the daily for LI. And you can see this is what I'm talking about. 3280 on the 10-day daily breakout. And here's the wet G at 2041. Glad it worked out for you weeks in our YouTube room. There's Logi, guys. I haven't been able to kept a closer eye on Logi, LOGI. Wow, look at this now, right into that 200 moving average, 56.27. Now it's starting to move down a little bit below it, a little bit below it. Starting to, now again, 56.27. So if this takes it out, if it can take it out in a big way, 55.48 is the next low looking left. 55.48, not that far away, about $1 away. GCT, guys, this is another crazy one from the past. GCT. So this could be crazy. Okay, China. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, China. China. Crazy low float, 6 million. Not as crazy as the other one, wet G, but very low float. And again, look at the room on the daily chart, $11.80. Not saying it's getting there. More up to $62. So the China low floaters starting again. So what, in my opinion, what's happening here is those who did not get into wet G is looking for another China low floater, and this could be the one. Nice to hear. Thank you, Weeks. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Did wet G just halt on the way down? Yes. Yeah, it popped. I mean, it was halted at 22, popped up to 23, and now it's halted on the way down. Yeah, so profit, I'm not a person, so there might be others who I don't trade the Qs or ETFs really at all. So, but there might be some others who can help you there or give you an idea. SQQQ. I just don't trade them. So all right, AGL. AGL is getting hit here on my 10-day daily breakdown. We didn't even have one yesterday. Yes, now the next low looking left is 1619 or so. So there is room for this one. I just wish it weren't so early. AGL, lots of shares available, 3 million at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, again, I'm just too conservative. I don't like taking these things in the first 15 minutes, unless it was an all-time low, which is this is not AGL. But again, if you're less conservative than I am, it's funny. Okay, Logi guys, LOGI now looks like it is clearing that 200-day moving average in a bigger way. Let's see. I'm starting to get a little chart delay. Not liking it. Again, 56.27 is the 200-day, so it's still kind of right around there. You can see that blue line. It's just sitting right on it. Okay, right on it. Funny you mentioned IPX. Boy, I almost got into this one again later on in the day. Right on, because this was the crazy one from yesterday. Right about here. No, maybe it was here. I can't really remember, but look how whippy it was. I don't know about it. I mean, listen, anything is possible. 10 might hold it. Psychological number might hold it. All right. Next, NEXT. Shady mentioned this one. It is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. 692 was the alert. Now, I have sorry, Shady, but I mean, I've got an issue with it right here. So I hope it works out for you. I look left. I see a lot of stuff right around 7. So, but obviously I hope it works out for you. Yeah, you know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to do reacquaint my noise canceling software to my voice again. Now, somebody was saying the other day it was picking up the radio behind me, and yet you guys could not hear the leaf blower, which was like 2 feet away from my window, going crazy. So it's picking up. I'm gonna have to remind myself to do it again. Can't do anything about that. Sorry. So next is getting above this area now. I mean, if it gets above 724, then you've got a lot of room to 850. What's the float in next? Big float, 133 million in the float. Wow, that's a huge pop. I know we talked about it. Pre-market announces a framework agreement with global infrastructure, etc. But wow, that's a big float for that sort of a pop. It's interesting that some hear a background noise, and then Paradox saying he doesn't hear any background noise. So I don't know what to say. All right, guys. Now, where is that Logi? See, look at Logi just, you know, right at the 200-day moving average, LOGI, LOGI, right at the 200-day moving average. And, it's trying to hold it. It's trying to hold it, but it's right there, 56.27. And as Real would say, this is the area of the 200-day moving average, trying to hold it. Oh, I didn't even realize that next was an AI play. Didn't even see it here. Well, I'm going to stick an alert. I know it's a long ways off. I'm going to stick an alert around 750 and see if it can take that out. If it can take out 750 on that weekly chart, then it's got room to 850, maybe even 9. So, meanwhile, guys, Carvana, CVNA, mentioning earlier that it was moving down with the market. But look at this. Look at this move up, and it's just right at yesterday's high, I believe. Yesterday's high was 2118. Sorry, not 2118, 2418. So it's a little bit above yesterday's high. And the next high looking left on the daily chart is 2750. So, this one. Okay, guys. Now it's a personal experiment. I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm in a swing. I'm just looking right now. It's moving modestly well for me, IGT. Okay. And I'm going to show you why. Oh, wow, look at Carvana. Wow, what a comeback. It got down to 22.80, but a $2 pop. I'm going to show you why I'm in IGT. If you're in the room yesterday, we were talking about one of the anchored VWAP scans that Michael Nas put together was the large gap, anchored VWAP from large gap. Well, I want to duplicate it into a free floating window so I can have it floating around. See if IGT is still on it. Yeah, unfortunately, IGT is it still on it somewhere? Yeah, it's not. I don't see it here anymore. So yesterday, anyway, it was in the top 4, and Let me just take a look at IGT, and hopefully you'll see what I was looking at. So this is the large, so it's a large gap. So the anchored VWAP was constructed right here at 27.55, and it was holding. There was a purple line and it was holding. And so I said, okay, I'm going to take this. I got in at 31.69 towards the end of the day, and my stop was $1 away because it was the VWAP, the anchored VWAP line was about $1 away. And so if you were in the YouTube room yesterday, you heard Michael and I talking about it and why it's kind of interesting. I'm not a big swing trader. It's too bad it's not showing up here right now. Okay, well, there's your answer now for next. Okay, guys, so this is now through that 750. Well, it's up to you, Weeks. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, it depends on your account size and all that. I can't, being up $2,000, if you have $1 million account is nothing. Being up $2,000, if you have a $5,000 account, obviously it means something. So, I mean, I can't tell you. Okay, guys, Allo, ALLO. This is almost a lifetime low. Okay, I guess the lifetime low is down here around 438. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. All right, let's take a look at WISA here from the AI. Could be interesting. All right. I mean, there it's holding again, holding the VWAP. That's not the VWAP, but the 200-day moving average. Now it's stuck in between the 200-day moving average and the VWAP. The VWAP's at 192, 200-day is at 163. So it's right in between. So I wouldn't touch this unless it took out two again. And because it still has room. A few days ago, it got up to 272-ish or so, 268 maybe. 268. So my plan on this one, I won't take it unless it breaks through the VWAP. So I'm going to stick an alert at around $1.97, okay? And see if it takes that out. Because again, it has room when you look left on the daily chart. All right, let me see if there's any covering now for wet G at Interactive Brokers. No, there was people who shorted. Now they're breathing a little easier, depending where they got it. But there are no shorts, still no covering at Interactive Brokers anyway. Look at the market, guys. Schizo market again. Look at that big bottoming tail. And now market's coming back. That's an impressive move for next guys with that float. 133 million. Rarely do you see something with that big a float. Okay, guys. Well, there it is. There's a 750 break. I know real. I'm sorry. Shady said not to buy it at 750, but It's got room still. I have not one earnings play today, not one. My earnings play is up and down, not one. Only one yesterday was Oracle. No, 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 OG. Oh, no, 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 no. I just mean that at Interactive Brokers, I can tell if there are shorts available. Okay. It'll tell me exactly how many shorts are available. And then I can see, and then with Wet G earlier today in the pre-market, there were like 14,000 shares available. Okay. And then I was watching to see if people at Interactive Brokers anyway were taking like shorting. In other words, taking some of those 14,000 that were available. And then right now, there are no shorts available. Okay. So what that means to me is that the people who are shorted still haven't covered their position. That's all. It doesn't mean they can't cover. It just means they haven't covered. Otherwise, I'll start to see this is what I'm talking about. Okay. This contract will. So in the pre-market, I saw there were something like 14,000 shares available. And then it was 10, then it was 8, then it was, and now once people start covering, shorts will be available again. So it doesn't mean they can't cover. No, no. You know who is long NVIDIA is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. We talked about this yesterday in the YouTube room. And he is long NVIDIA because of the same thing, that large gap. This scan here, the large gap, anchored VWAP from big gap. And you can just sort of, obviously this was an earnings play. So I think he's in around here and he's just holding. What Yex is one that I'm interested in. Is it moving away yet? See, so this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now, Yex, so you can see the gap with YEXT. So this is automatically drawn, okay? You have to go to the anchored VWAP channel, okay? And right now it's still available to anybody in the test drive, and I believe it's available to anybody right now. This is a $49 a month add-on. And there are a number of the anchored VWAP scans that he's made, but he's really concentrating on this one, the 8 anchored VWAP from big gap. And so I think this was an earnings play also. But sometimes stocks pop not just because of earnings, they might have some news. Anyway, that purple line you see here. So the longer this holds, I mean, if this keeps holding and then really starts to move away, so for instance, if this gets up to say 1376 today, I may be inclined to take this. The only reason I don't like it is because of all these topping tails right now. But the nice thing is that you have a pretty defined area where your stop is. Basically, if it breaks down through the anchored VWAP. So this has another low float, WISA. I can't see any news on this one. So even though, again, these are ostensibly for swing trades, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do with IGT, but at this point I could sell it and I'd be quite happy. This is probably a buyout. This is what we were talking about yesterday. I'm sure it's a buyout, so that's why this is not interesting. ASML. Now, it's not interesting to me. It's way too expensive. But you know what? If you don't care, there's the gap, ASML. There's the anchored V-WAP, popped into it, and now it's bounced off it. Now, are they all going to work like that? Of course not. But there it is again. There's deck, came into it and bounced and kind of bounced off it. Listen, I don't know what it would have looked like on this day here, because remember, this is a moving line. Again, deck is another expensive one. So, if you don't like the price range you see here, then, don't quit. I know we talked about BRBR yesterday. You can see exactly what's happening on the daily chart. See how many times came into the and into that anchored VWAP. Might be a little too late now. Probably should have taken it yesterday at the end of the day, 36.18. Would have had a stop down here, 35.40. I mean, that's not like, I mean, for a swing trade, that is not a big stop, but you're just using the anchored VWAP as your stop area. Anyway, I'm intrigued by it. I don't swing trade very often, of course, but and the idea really is to look at this at the end of the day. Gree, haven't seen Gree for a while, guys. This was a super. I mean, yeah, this is okay. This was never a $116 stock, but it's done a bunch of reverse splits, probably, not probably for sure. And so this is reflective of split adjusted the price. But look at Gree here, GREE, vertically integrated Bitcoin mining and power generation facility. Okay. Yeah, you're right. What G not over. I mean, look at this now. Are there still no covering that I can see at Interactive Brokers? Yeah, the only swinging I'm going to do, PJ, is really honestly from this. Okay, I'm going to check some of these out at the end of the day, even during the day. Yex is the one that I'm really interested in. The problem again, maybe these topping tails, but it does have some room. Last week's high was 1440 or so. The 10-day daily breakout. Yeah, I mean, obviously three of them. The wet G. I mean, not easy. I mean, certainly not in the wet G. Wouldn't have been easy. The LI was good. LI. GCT briefly got up through 9. And then, of course, next at 692. These are the 10-day daily breakouts. Again, I'm sharing all these. I am sharing all of them. Well, weeks. Okay, the question is, doesn't swinging worry me? Well, I mean, it's not that I'm not going away for a month and then checking it. Okay, believe me, I am watching it. I'm treating it like a day trade, kind of, but holding on if it keeps moving higher. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, that sounds obvious, but it's not like I'm saying, okay, I'm going to hold this for a week and see what happens. No, no, no. Now, are you kidding, Jamie? I don't want to make light of that, but I'm glad to see that you're okay. Okay, guys, here's the WISA now. WISA. Big area. Takes out that two. No, in all seriousness, if I could find one a day, now they're not all going to work. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're not all going to work, obviously. But if I could find one a day, hold it overnight, have the manageable stop if it doesn't work, but let them really run if they do work. So far, the IGT, this is something I never would have taken. Never, never, never. I would have been waiting for it to break through yesterday's high, which it might. Well, NVDA, so Feo, NVDA is not on this anymore. So it's moved away. So it's not on this anymore. Okay. But where he did place it was down here at the high of that day. That's where it was drawn from. It was on yesterday, but I guess it's moved so far away from it that there's an algorithm that he created. Okay. So NVDA, I guess because it's moved far enough away, it's not on here right now. I don't think anyway. I'd have to really look. I don't see it. Let me do yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. There is it. Okay. There is NVDA. So that's where it was drawn. The high of the day before the gap. Okay. So there it is. These are automatically drawn. So I think he got in right around here, around 380, maybe 389. Kind of bounced into it a couple of times, and then as it started to move away. Oh, I'm not placing this. Understand, this is automatically drawn. Okay. Actually, let's see if IGT is here. I just sorted on. I got it alphabetically. No, it's not here. So okay. Well, it's you can have. No, I can't share it. It's on the Anchored V-WAP channel weeks. Okay, you just have to go to our Anchored, click on New, Dock Channel bar, and then click on the Anchored V-WAP. Okay, and then here are the one. What I would do, I would ask Michael. In fact, I'm going to ask him right now. A moment. Okay, just talking, he's using this a lot. So here's how you find it. You have to right click. So you got to go to the channel. You've got to right click and then select strategy. When you select strategies, there's gonna a box is gonna pop. There's Oracle for some reason. Just give me a moment. So let me start this again. Select strategy. This box is going to pop up. You move your mouse down to the AVWAP, and then this. Click on the anchored VWAP from large gap. Okay, and here it is. What I'm going to suggest is that this should be showing. I mean, if he's going to use this all the time, if this is his favorite one, why not have this showing rather than having to have you guys search for it? Okay, and then instead of having to stay on the channel, you can duplicate into a free floating window. Okay. And that's what I've done. So you don't have to stay on that channel. Now it's free floating. And then but it will load into your day, whatever daily chart you have to have a daily chart up. Well, it'll load into whatever daily chart you've got. So if I click on Yext, see how it loads into the daily chart and it automatically draws it. Okay. Now, what I would do is I would open it every day. I would close it down and let it refresh and open it every day. And check it out, check it towards the end of the day. That's what I did with the IGT. Well, the problem with sharing it, Jamie, is that it is only available right now. It's that channel, the anchored VWAP channel. I mean, I'll see what happens. I mean, I guess I can try to share it. The problem is though, is that if you're not next week, you won't have it unless you get it as an add-on. It is $49 a month. Not just this one, but all the anchored VWAP strategies that Michael created. That is a $49 add-on. Right now, it is free for anybody, and well, certainly in the test drive, but I think we made it free for everybody during the test drive. So, I mean, I guess I can give it to you, but next week, I don't think it'll be available. And I'm not sure what happens. I'm not sure what happens when you load it right now, even. Okay, guys, let's take a look what else is happening now. So again, the WISA, I won't touch it. I won't touch it unless it really breaks through two. So I know I'm giving up some right now, but if it does break through two, there's a chance it can get close to that 267. So, but I'm not interested in it right now. Paradox, thanks for sharing that. Look at Logi. Look at that 200-day moving average. The power of it. This is quite unbelievable. 627, 56.33. It just will not take out that 200-day moving average yet. Boy, look at Carvana. Carvana has been all over the place now. CVNA. Yeah, this OCUL is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The only issue I've got with it is that the next low is 530. I mean, it's 30 cents away. Maybe, but I'm not. I wish it were more down at 5. Yeah, Oracle. I should have checked on Oracle. Oracle is of course an earnings play yesterday. Had an interesting day. It got up to 123. It closed down here at 116, but it is piling on again. Are you asking at 2 o'clock? The decision is, Poe, if that's what you're asking. 2 o'clock is the decision whether they're going to maintain or move it higher. I mean, if it goes up like 25 basis points, the market is going to tank for a while. Everybody is expecting no rate increase, and then at 2:30, we'll have the fireworks again because then they're going to start saying, okay, maybe if they don't raise rates today, but then they're going to get grilled. What about next week, next month? So anyway, we have a couple of at 2 o'clock and at 2:30. Okay, there's no pet abuse if you can hear that in the background. All right, guys. Yeah, I did not take the OCUL. I just wish there had been a little more room underneath, but all right, time to pay a little more attention now to my breakouts and all. So INOD showed up at 1220 right here, 1220. We're at 1244 now. Relatively low float, 25 million in the float. Meanwhile, ALO 503, 484 now, and that's on a short, not in it. So Jamie, you have to be on a later version. I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you're on. Okay, you must be on, if you go to our homepage, our homepage, the Trade Ideas homepage, download the beta, okay? You have to be on a later version. That's the only reason it's not showing. There's no problem loading the beta. All right, what's this one? I mean, this one is on my 10-day daily breakout also. I don't think we had one yesterday in the 10-day daily breakdown. I don't think we had one. We can do a history, but I don't think we had one. Let's see now. The next low is 987-ish, okay, on the daily chart for TSVT. And it's still close. It is still close to the alert price at 1040. So it's at 1036 right now. I have to say, guys, my linking with TradingView is very spotty now. I don't know if you guys are finding the same thing. It used to be bulletproof, but it is very spotty now. Really, look what's happening for me as an example, Pepe. I try to load STM and it puts a 1 TM, number one, okay? And that's happened many times. If I try to go, let's go BWVV or BWV. See, it's doing the same thing, same thing. Not all of them, but see, it's putting a 1 WV. Not all of them. Yes, I've selected alternate method, and I've also even tried the the first symbol cutoff or whatever it's called. Beginning is cut off. I've tried them both, so I don't know what's going on. So I keep having to do the X. Not every time, not every one of them, but just enough of them to really tick me off. You know what I mean? I mean, there's Oracle, no problem. Oracle, no problem. Well, that's your mission for today, okay, Pepe? You have to figure out why that's happening to me and to me alone. Meanwhile, guys, Oracle is just having a great day, great comeback. Logi will not give up. LOGI just will not give up that 200-day. Now that it trades on the Swiss exchange also. So that might, sometimes that might have an effect. All right, guys, I have actually covered some of my swing. Again, I use the term swing for IGT, just over 32. I know I'm supposed to hold it longer, but my mentality still is to make sure I get some profit out of this. All right, guys, TSVT working. Working. There's the alert, 1040, getting closer to 10. Yeah, it can link with TradingView. Yes, yes. I mean, I'm just having a bit of a difficulty. I don't know why. When you link with it, you have to choose the alternate method. All right, wet G now. Wet G looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP. Let's take a look at the VWAP. VWAP's at 1682, so it broke down below it. Looks like it's trying to hold. This is insanely risky, guys, okay? Because of that float. Just so I mean, if you're gonna dabble in this one, just be really, really careful. Wide stop, not many shares. It depends on the type of trader, Mateo, type of trader you are. I mean, some days, as I say every single day, the AI is a watch list for me. Okay, so sometimes even though a trade doesn't look good, I might even get stopped out. To me, that doesn't matter because I'm not taking the trades. I'm not auto trading. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm watching the way they trade all day long. There could be, something could get stopped out and then come back to the original suggested entry, and then it could work from there. Or even if it gets stopped out, maybe it hits a certain moving average, maybe the 200-day moving average, maybe it bounces off that. So I use this like a watch list. Now, can you only do that? I guess anything is possible, but as far as auto trading, no. And as I've said many times, the auto trading will be eliminated for the AI anyway. So it doesn't work. It's that simple. We have so many people auto trading, well, trying to auto trade the AI, and so many questions come in and say, "Well, why didn't this happen? Why didn't that happen?" And it's doesn't Holly didn't do very well today. Well, yes, originally the idea was that we were hoping. I mean, this is a long time ago, maybe 2016. That the AI would be an auto trading vehicle, but just to be completely blunt about it, it just doesn't work that way. So the only thing you're going to be able to auto trade going forward, if you create your own strategy and you want to auto trade it, fine. But Way better to manage the exits on your own. Exactly. Does the AI work in terms of trade ideas? Well, you just load this window, basically. You'll load this window, click on new, and then premium AI strategy trades window, and you just let the alerts happen. How you trade them again will be up to you. Okay. You do have a stop price that you can, I would probably follow that for sure. But how you trade them will be up to you. So tomorrow, if you load trade ideas before the market opens, the earliest alert will be 9:35. Notice the earliest alert today was at 9:40, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. That's how it works. Okay, but how you trade them will be up to you. So, look at what I'm trying to do with WISA as an example. If WISA later on in the day can get back over to, I may take the trade because it's got room when I look left. That's the way I use it. Well, again, Mateo, the suggested entry, no, not necessarily. I mean, you can, because it depends. Like, I would never blindly follow anything. Okay. So when I get an alert, I don't care if it's from the AI or from something that I've constructed. I'm going to look at the chart. I'm going to click on the alert. I'm going to take a look to see what's happening. And if I look left and I see there's some room, I didn't take the next. I would never take the next at 690 because when I look left, to me there was too much resistance around, between 7 and 7:30. Now, did it work from 690 all the way up here? Yes, it did, but that's not the way I trade. I just look left, and if I think I see too much resistance, I don't take the trade. Okay, that's the way I do it. Doesn't Now Shady took the trade early and it worked great, but if I saw the next, a suggested entry, and I looked at and again, I look at it, and what if I saw, the 200-day moving average just on top? I wouldn't take the trade. If I saw the V-WAP on top, I wouldn't take the trade. I would wait for those to break. So I'm always analyzing the chart the way I analyze the charts. Okay, it doesn't have to be the way you do, or I'm just talking to anybody out there listening to me. We all have different methodologies. Best thing to do is practice in the simulator. You want to start taking these trades right on the entry, practice in the simulator, see how it works for you. Okay. And that's for anybody. Before you commit any money to the market, practice in our simulator. Yeah, MK, unfortunately, this is a PC based program. Okay. So you don't have access to this Brokers Plus window, which is the simulator that I'm just going to demonstrate. And you don't have access to our racing, stock racing. Okay. Now, if you're prepared to use, if you don't mind using an emulation program like Parallels, then you can have access to everything. It'll be like you have the application, downloadable application. Otherwise, you're going to be you'll have to use the web-based version. Now, the web-based version, you can have everything that you see here except for this window called Brokerage Plus and the racing. Now, when you say load this view from the cloud, yeah, I mean this. Okay, what'll happen? I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen. Let me just give you a link that I created for the test drive. 'Cause So the test drive layout link. So that link should work. What won't happen though, you might get, I don't know exactly if you get some kind of an error message with the, or it says you're not allowed to have this, the racing, but everything else, you will not get this either. Okay. So, but you should get the charts. You'll get the strategy trades from AI and my momentum up and the single stock window. Now, a minute, please. Why are these alerts showing up in the first place? Well, there are, and I don't know how many there are anymore, but we used to have about 50 strategies, what we call the AI strategies. And overnight, they go through an optimization procedure. Okay. And the ones out of the 50 that make the cut have to have a certain win percentage, certain metrics had to be satisfied. Okay. And those are the ones that made the cut. I don't care what strategies made the cut. All I care is what are the alerts from those strategies that made the cut. Some strategies that made the cut may not produce any alerts at all because they're like, for a symbol to show up, it has to pass all the filter requirements. It's just like this. From day to day, I have no idea what stocks are going to be in this momentum up scan, because if I right click, configure on this momentum scan, this is what this scan is looking for. So if the stock is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 6, meaning it's trading at least 6 times normal up to this time of day, this is the momentum aspect of it. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. So all these filters values have to be met. And if the stock makes a new high for the day with all these filter values met, then we see it. Obviously, tomorrow I have no idea what stocks are going to come in here. No idea. Okay, that's why every day is different. So it's the same with the AI. A bunch of strategies could make the cut, but if no stocks satisfy all the requirements, because in the AI strategies, there's usually way more filters. It's a lot harder for stocks to make it through. Obviously, we're always going to see some stocks every single day here. But again, I don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about is show me the alerts that we got from them. Like, make it super simple. That's all anybody should really care about. Look at this TECL now. Okay, 51.52 on the alert. It's at 52.20. You might look. I mean, I should be probably in this one, maybe. The next high is 53.37. It's a little outside the price range that I like to trade, but nonetheless, when you look left on the weekly chart, this has room until 53.51. So it still has some room. So even if you're not in this right now, and if it makes your trading style or plan, you can say to yourself, well, it's still got room on that weekly chart to 53.65. Is that enough from 52.18? And we're not saying it's going to get there. Okay. All we're saying is that well, the way I trade anyway, I just look constantly, I'm looking left to see where the next high is. Where could it stall? Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but all I try to do is take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation, meaning chart resistance. I mean, what if I look left? So the price is right now 52.13, and if I look left and the next high in the weekly chart was 52.30, not good. Okay. Well, I don't use any of those on the chart. Okay. I don't use I look at my chart. The only thing I have on my chart on the daily chart is the 200-day moving average. That's it. Okay, that's all I have. I'm not a big indicator guy. I know where the VWAP is because I'm always every time I click on an alert, I'm always looking in my single stock window quickly. What's the float? Where is the VWAP? Where's the 200 day? Well, I can see right on the chart. Okay. So I don't load up my chart. I'm not saying you shouldn't or anybody listening to me. If you want to put all sorts of other things, indicators on your charts, and you can find a way to make money doing it, go for it. I know Real uses the 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. Steve Gomez uses a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I don't draw trend lines. I mean, again, as far as resistance is concerned, I'm just looking left. Where I think a stock could go until it hits the next high. Okay, so if it has enough room based on where my stop is, remember when I get into a trade, I always have a stop where I'm going to get out if I feel it's not working. So that would be my support. Okay, that would be my support, or I consider support. And of course, if the trade really starts working, and depending what I'm in, I mean, if it's one of these low flow crazy ones and it pops immediately, I'm going to take. I don't care. I'm not. I'll probably take some profit almost immediately. If you get into a $4 stock and it goes to 450 in 5 seconds, I don't. I'll be taking some profit. Okay. Well, I was using trading. I really haven't paid that much attention to it, but I was using it for these because we can't draw these yet on our trade ideas charts. Okay, so these are the linear regression lines. So I do kind of pay attention to it. So if a stock is above that high right there, that dotted line, and it moves down below it, that could signify a short for me. That's the only reason I have it. But it's not like I'm not dominated by that either. You have to give me an example. And the other, okay, so somebody in our YouTube room, my entry price on B plus Sim is always higher than the stock price. 99% of this time, the stock hasn't reached my entry price on the day. Well, let's take a look. Okay, let's take a look. If you to load the simulator to load this window we call B plus brokerage plus. You click on new, just in general, I'm talking to people. Click on new and then brokerage plus, and here's the window that should show up. It may say not connected here in this box. And now, if you can't see that box, grab the right edge and pull it so that you can see everything. You have to be able to see the send also. And when it says not connected, click on the sim option underneath brokerage plus. That should change the simulator depending on the version of trade ideas you're on. If it changes to account, then click on it and then this will pop up simulator trading default. So now you're in the simulator. Okay. So let's look at taking a trade here. So so I'm not sure what you mean exactly. So if I look at WISA and I want to take the trade right now, okay, the bid ask is, it's a penny. So if I want to buy 400 shares, I click on the buy. I'm going to go into the market and it's send. So now I'm in the trade at 171, which basically is I'm looking at my IB. That's the price. So I'm not sure what you mean. 99% of the time, the stock hasn't even reached my entry price. Yeah, I don't know what you mean in our YouTube room. Oh, automated trading. Well, you'd have to send the in that case. So you're auto trading your own strategy. Okay. Well, okay. So it depends on what you're trading, though. Okay. So if it's a fast moving stock, I'm assuming now. Are you trading real money, or are you are in the simulator still? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Like, I hope you're trading. I hope you're in the simulator, okay? Because, but remember, okay, you haven't answered yet, but let's just say this is my strategy. This is my strategy. I'm going to auto trade the $5,000 dollars at the market. I edit the trading strategy. I was just going to say, I'm going to ask him to check his limit offset because in your order details, okay? So remember, just because you want to get into a stock at a certain price, if the stock is moving really quickly, you may not be able to get it at that price, even if you're auto trading. Okay. Now, with the WISA, as I just showed you the WISA example, that was not moving fast. So I got in right basically where I thought I would. But if a stock is moving really quickly, that's where this limit offset comes in. And the limit offset is basically saying, and you put a minus number in, the limit offset is basically saying, okay, I want to take this trade at, I got the alert at 170, but what if it's moving fast? Would I take the trade at 171, 172, 173, 174? That's where this limit offset will comes into play. How far outside of the actual alert price will you take the trade, especially on a fast moving stock? And that's up to you. Well, you'd have to send the log because I cannot help you there. Okay. You'd have to send the log into Chris will take a look. I hate to dump this on Chris, but Chris will take a look at it because that's usually the reason why you're not getting a fill at the price that you think you should be at the alert price. Now you're talking a real cheap one there too. Okay. I can't help you. It's all to do with the log, and I don't look at the logs. Okay. I'm not trying to pass the buck here, but I just don't. So you can do this if you click help and then send files to support, and you'll send, and then the log files will be sent, and Chris can take a look at it to see what might be happening. Okay. But I cannot help. It's impossible for me to know without looking at the log, and I don't do that. So again, click on help and then send files to support. Now you might also have to send an email. You can go to do this. Well, you can also go to our homepage, okay? Oh, oops, sorry. When you click on the homepage, when you click on the homepage link and wait for the questions and answers to pop up. So click on the questions and answers and do the ask. And what you should do is say, hey, I've just sent a log file regarding my brokerage plus. Don't know why it's not trading correctly or something to that effect. And so then they'll know, they can associate that. I'm not sure when you send the help file if your email and all that is associated. I really don't know. But just to double, like, make sure though, I would do this and say, hey, I've sent help files. The log of my brokerage plus is in there. Can you check to see why I'm not getting the fills that I think I should be. Something like that. Okay. No, the daily is not set. I think I know what you mean. No, it's not set to anything. Okay, it says daily and weekly. There's not like a. Um, I think I know what you mean. It's not set to any frequency. Well, that's Mateo. That's why you okay. How as a new trader, where should I use to find entry, stop, and target? That's why you've got to practice. Okay, I mean it's not easy. Trading is not easy. And so you have to come up with a trading plan for you. Okay. I cannot tell you what your trading plan should be. I am more of a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the highs of the day, near the lows of the day if I'm going to short. Okay. And then I go through some fairly in my head, a fairly quick analysis of do I want to take the trade or not? But that comes with some practice. What's the market doing? Am I going to go long? Is am I in something that kind of follows what the market's doing? So if as long as the market's not tanking, okay, then that maybe checks one box. As you know, looking left, I'm going to always look left. How much room does it have? I'm always, I have to know where I'm going to put my stop. If I were new to trading, maybe what I would do is put my stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. My stops are always based on what I see on a chart. But what I see in a chart may be completely different from what another person sees on a chart. Okay. I look at support and resistance in a certain way. And so if I see a lot of activity at a certain price, I say, okay, that if that doesn't hold that price, then I want to be out of the trade, as an example. Okay. And then remember, I mean, this is an interesting one. This Genius Brands. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Saw that Overstock has made a bid for all Bed Bath and Beyond's inventory or something like that for the grand sum of $28 million to buy the assets, some of the assets for $21 million. Wow, $21 million. Certain aspects. I'm aware of where the 200-day moving average is on the daily chart. Okay, I'm aware of where the VWAP is. Okay. I mean, these are all things you have to take into account when you are trading, in my opinion, anyway. But I cannot emphasize enough practice in the simulator. Oh, Logi, guys. Logi finally broke down. Okay. All right. Let's see if this works now. Okay. So it finally broke down through the 200-day moving average underneath that whole number. So now I'm very interested in this one. Now, the only issue is the next low is 55.58. So, but if it can ever break down through that, 52.40 is a target. So for instance, if you're going to take this trade, you could say, okay, take this trade, short it right here. I mean, I'm not in love with it because that low here is not that far away. But if you put your stop at the 200 day, so that's about 27 cents away. We are, but I'm banking more on the fact that this is terrible news for the company. Okay, that the CEO basically resigns with no like as a sudden CEO departure. Okay, there's something going on, obviously. So this is borderline, okay? 27 cent stop. So 54 cents is a one for two. And so when you look left, that's just, yeah, 55.59. So I mean, it is borderline in terms of the risk reward. But I'm banking more on the fact that, that news, it may not matter that there's a low lurking not that far away. Any comment on VUZI? I know that's Shady's favorite stock, but let's take a look at it. VUZI, probably one of the and Shady hopefully understands. This is an awful looking daily chart. Okay, why? Because all these topping tails and bottoming tails, it can never hold. Okay, I mean it gets up. Remember what these mean. That day it got up to 550 and it closed down here at 5. Next day it gets up to 535, closes down here at 49. 550 closes down here. So it's very, very whippy. Where are you going to put a stop? I mean, these are very, very whippy. Personally, I just don't like to see a daily chart like that. Doesn't mean it's not going to work, but yeah, well, I don't know how you love it with all these topping tails and bottoming tails, but to each his own. Just give me a moment. I personally think this is an awful looking daily chart with all these topping tails and bottoming tails. But again, to each his own. The only thing that you can say is, okay, the trend is sort of up, but it's difficult to intraday trade this, in my opinion. The only way to get a simulate, yes, you have to have at least the standard. The standard subscription will get you the simulator. Okay. The reason we have to charge is that this is using real time data. Okay, so this is all real time data. This is not delayed data or anything like that. It uses our real time data, so you don't even need a broker. It's got nothing to do with your broker. All right, guys. So let me take a look at my homepage. Okay, well, I've opened the Discord room. Anybody there? Been open this morning, all morning. All right, guys, so click on my homepage, and this is what you're going to find. Just an echo, really? My in the Discord room. All right, so that promo code is gone. So this is the new promo code, though I do anticipate one. What day are we now? Wednesday? Probably tomorrow or Friday. Okay, I do anticipate another promo that's probably going to be 25%, but I can't guarantee it. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay. It'll take you through your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. This is a software program, so there is a bit of a learning curve. Episode 7, important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, episodes 9 and 10. Okay, or 8 and 9. You have to do that. Now, if you're new to trading, okay, Michael Noss, who if you were in the YouTube room yesterday, you would have heard Michael talking. He put this little course together, not actually a little course, a lot of videos. Starts off with what is a stock, okay, all free, Trading 101. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It is free, of course. The trade of the week, which worked well on the first day, not so well in the next 2 days. Rum just got hit, but it is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, also check your promotions folder. Okay. Education is here. This is our user guide. Getting started is here again, a little more in detail about what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window, and more information about stock racing. Okay. We have 4 videos. I'll go over the stock racing in a bit, but 4 videos and everything here, the race startup, configuration, all clickable. Okay. Getting started. There it is again. We're hammering this home. You must do this. Daily support sessions. Now, I'm just reading in our internal Slack. Usually, well, first of all, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, and one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Usually, it's Jamie today, but Andy is asking to swap for him. So it might be Andy today. Okay. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to whoever it's going to be today. Well, I got scrounged out a bit of the lodging. Okay. I was really hoping it would get closer to that 50, but it did not. So made a little bit on the logi. I might take a look at it again if it breaks down through 56. Now, here are my scans. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link and you're saying, well, where are the scans? You just have to scroll down a bit. All right. Here are the scans. So these are what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. This race you see here, is the biggest gainers from the open. I've showed you this, the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakouts. Okay. Now, what the don't repeat, or the DR stands for don't repeat. And what that means is, for instance, I can go back in time and see, okay, here was the first alert. What did it do from there? So look at GRE as an example. It's right here. So GRE, the first alert was at 1048 and at 257. That was the price. This is showing me every time it kept making a new high. Okay, so it kind of allows me to go back in time and say, well, what did it do from the very first alert? And what else? I've got the 20-day range high and low. Earnings plays. I might as well get rid of this because there's nothing happening right now. Anyway, here are the scans that I'm sharing. This scan right there, the momentum up, is in essence this dock momentum up or down. So if you want to see ones moving down also on momentum, if you just want to see a straight momentum scan, this is it, Momo. Okay. It's very much like this. You'll have the same sort of alerts. The difference is that you will see the symbol over and over again, kind of like this. Okay. Here you notice this is, yeah, you won't see the symbol over and over again here. You will see the symbol every time it makes a new high, and you'll see the time and the price. You just won't see it as a list, if that makes sense. It's just the way I've grouped it. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you do use my homepage link. And then from there, take out the subscription. Also, if you save my homepage, you can take a look at my scans and that education anytime you want. What is the momentum up? Well, it's stocks with a lot of momentum. How's that? You know, big volume over the last 1 minute and 5 minutes. Any one of my scans that you have, all you have to do is when you load it and then just right click, configure, and click on summary. And it's going to tell you what it's looking for. This is the key. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal and 5 minutes is 400% of normal. That gives it the momentum. Typically, when you click on an alert and you look at a chart, you'll see a big volume spike. So that's that is what it means. Momentum up. Trade of the week comes out about an hour before on Monday. Okay. Question in our YouTube room. I'm sorry, not in our YouTube room, in the main room. When does the trade of the week come out? Comes out about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. And when you get the email, you'll see that it'll say, here is the suggested entry and here is the suggested stop. How you trade it is up to you. Now, rum worked really well the first day. Rum was the trade of the week, or it still is, but I don't know if it's got stopped out yet. Don't know what the stop is, but it came out on Monday and it did very well. The trigger was 1046 and it got up to 1120 or 1126. And then yesterday it was holding its own at the beginning of the day, and then all of a sudden it just sold off. So, if I'd been in, well, I was in this one on that day, but I was actually looking to get in it again yesterday, and then all of a sudden it had the big sell off. Oh, I liked it because when you look left on that weekly chart, you can just see at 1050, you look at the weekly chart, you had about, let me just draw a little line there. Mark up. So here's a horizontal line on the weekly chart. You have 1, 2, 3, sort of 4, 5, 6, 7. Seven highs right around that 1050 mark. So you can kind of see if it could take out the 1050, that when you look left, look at all the room it had on the weekly chart, 1272. So that, I don't usually look too much at the trades of the week because they're usually designed longer term holds and all that. But when that one came out, I thought, okay, that makes sense to me to take it. And again, it worked very well at the on the Monday. And but I did get rid of it. But I was hoping that maybe the next day, which was yesterday, might have another great day and start to try to fill in this void. It just didn't happen. Oh, probably until I remember. So the stop was 920. So did it get stopped out? No. Here's my Diego. Here's my homepage. I just put my homepage link underneath where you just said, "Where can I find it?" It's right there. Just click on the link, and here it is. Okay. You see where Logi got to. I mean, and that's what I was a little worried about. I thought perhaps all that news would kind of overrule the fact that, come on, just give me a moment. You know, that little low there. I mean, look where it got to. Got to 55.67, and the low there was 55.59. So you can see that's why I pay so much attention where the next lows are. But I thought maybe, just maybe, the fact that sudden departure of the CEO, that may have been enough just to pop it through, but it wasn't. It just wasn't. So I made a little bit, but I was really hoping it would just find a way through that and then maybe get down to this 52.40 mark, but just didn't happen. I love it, Pepe. It's exactly the same, John. This room this is not special for the test drive. I open the main room no later than 8 o'clock in the morning at Eastern time. Usually it's earlier, but no later than 8 o'clock. And then you guys can talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9. Then I get on the mic at 9 and go to about 3:30, 3:20 to 3:30, Monday to Friday. I also have a YouTube room open all at the same time. It's basically the same. They can hear me and see my screen. The main room is just a lot more active with among traders talking amongst each other. So would I be, if I replace the 10-day range by the previous day's range, would I be able to find stocks breaking? Yeah, all you have to do is just put 100 in the min, previous day's range, use that filter, put it 100 in the min, okay? And then those stocks will be above yesterday's high. Now, if you're looking for the actual break, um, what you can do, but if you just care about stocks that are above, that are above yesterday's high, then you can just use that filter and put 100 in the min. Then every stock you see will be above yesterday's high. You know what, guys? I'm actually looking at rum now as a short. I have to take a look at it because Whoa, okay, what's happening here? AGRX, look at that. AGRX was a nice alert. Nice alert. AGRX at 340. Now it's at 326. Shoot, lifetime low. These are the ones I like. I wish I'd seen that a little earlier. I mean, it's just doing too much, guys. I mean, the alert was at 1022, 340. And the minute I see something that's near a lifetime low, that's when I usually hop all over it. Yeah, and Shady, you should explain that. I mean, you're all over this Vuzi because you think of what, the space it's in and you like the company and all that. But, as an intraday trade, I find it just very difficult. But you're sold on the company in terms of what they're doing. And so that's why you probably, I can't believe that you would look at a daily chart like that though, normally, and say, well, that's a beautiful looking daily chart. I mean, I just don't see what you're seeing on something that just chops around so much. But if you like what they're doing and you think this is going to be, a fabulous winner in the future, sure, I get it. So the other thing, Kishore, you can do if you're looking for stocks actually very close to breaking it, okay, rather than just seeing stocks that are above, you could do something, and you can experiment. You can put something like in the position in yesterday's range, maybe put min 95, maybe max 98, okay, so it hasn't broken yet, and then maybe you could put so create that as a filter, then have your other filters in place, maybe a price range, a minimum volume, and all, and then put a new high maybe as your trigger or a new 5 minute high. That'll be up to you. Okay. And then because it'll be very close, it still won't have broken, but it'll be very close. That may be more what you want to see, something that's very close to breaking it. Do I ever use Brokers Plus? You mean to actually trade? No, no. I only paper trading. I was just, somebody was in our YouTube room was saying when they were taking a trade, where the price was, where they were getting a fill was above the current price, or something to that effect. So I just wanted to prove to myself that wasn't well, not happening. It wasn't a bug or anything like that. So I just took this. So it's paper trading. Yes. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Here's another one, guys. LAES, another crazy one. Very crazy one. Not very much volume yet. I didn't even see this one. Got halted earlier at 1382. I don't know if you guys were talking about it. This is a lot like the IPX from yesterday. The IPX from yesterday. And 26 is the high. We don't even have a float. Like the float's 1.5 million shares. Okay, so yeah, very low float, very low float, 1.5 million shares. That's from that other website. Our provider doesn't have float information. Sometimes when it's that new, it's difficult. But anyway, that other the dilution tracker has it at 1.5 million shares. This is going to go crazy, just like the IPX yesterday, if you remember it. But remember what happened to IPX at the end of the day. So here is your halt, 1936. Here is the projected open. Not that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to open at 23. And notice how it's changing. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. course I trade real money, Mateo. Of course I do. I wouldn't be doing this unless I was. I trade from within my Interactive Brokers account. Probably no reason. There's probably, well, let's see. Let's see if there is any news on it. I'll just do a quick check to see if there is any news on LAES. Okay, it's not loading. Yeah, no news. It's one of these things where it's a low float situation, and for whatever reason, there's probably maybe some, I don't know, newsletter or somebody is putting the pump on it, and you're probably not going to find any news at all. And as William says, there's no downward pressure on it in terms of shorting. Probably not very many have short, not many brokerages have shorts available for it. So all of a sudden, these just have a mind of their own. When they get rolling, they're just, people are looking at this and the fear of missing out on something. So, they pile in even though they shouldn't, and it keeps moving higher. Eventually, the rug gets pulled. But why do you keep asking me all these questions? I mean, I don't. I'm not trying to be mean, but yes, I trade real money every day. But what difference does it make? I don't mean to be mean, but I honestly think you have to come up with your own business plan, to trade and use the simulator, practice. Shoot, I got distracted. I wanted to short rum. I got distracted. So rum, let's take a look at rum. Ah, man, I wanted to short this just underneath 10. Now it might stall here. It may stall here, but this is just getting sold off. I mean, just getting sold off. Yeah, the simulator will always have shorts, okay? And that's why if you're going to use the simulator, if you don't have a broker, okay, but if you have a broker, you should always look to see whether or not your broker has shorts. So because if you're going to take a trade like a short in the simulator, you know, if you couldn't do it in real life, then don't do it. I mean, there's no point in just pretending, well, I could have done this. If you can't do it, then don't take the short. And your broker, again, I don't know. I mean, I can only speak to interactive brokers, and they tell me immediately if there are any shorts available. Rum associated with BTC? You mean Bitcoin or no? Not that I know of. It's a social media platform. You know what? I'm going to have to get out of these HTML charts. Sorry. Well, let's see, Topher. Let's see if I can recreate what you are saying. Okay, so let's take a look at I don't know, I nod. Okay, so I'm going to yeah, again just demonstrating. Okay, so I'm going to pick like a couple hundred shares. Going to sell, send. Okay, so there it is. My entry is at 1265. So I want to add a stop order at 1280. Anything above it, add it. Okay, and it did not take me out. Still in the trade. It's still in. Did not take me out. So I'm not sure what you're doing. Give me a moment. Oh, you saw what I did. Well, can you obviously did not do it the same way. I did it, right? Okay, so you're saying it's working now, but it failed twice before. Okay. I'm going to get out of this. I just want to get out. Okay. Just wanted to make sure it was not a bug that I could see anyway. Let me get out of all these. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's just like IPX yesterday, guys. So now the all-time high is 26. And look at this. It's crazy. 30. I mean, potentially opening at 30, potentially. No. Let's wait and see what happens on that one. Unfortunately, again, not shortable. So for me, because eventually that is going to. So Jedi Habs. Okay, first of all, I've had Interactor. Yeah, I'm not a shill or anything for Interactor brokers. I've had Interactor brokers for, oh, I don't know, 7 years now. Now, is it the prettiest looking thing out there? No, absolutely not. But I don't care. I'm more about function than form. Once I set it up, I haven't changed my setup in 7 years. I click on an alert, it loads into my order entry, and I trade. I mean, does it have the prettiest charts? Nope. Does it have the prettiest looking look to it? No, but I don't really care. So I can't, as far as tutorials, I mean, there's all sorts of things, but I don't know what you're looking for. All I care about is when I click on an alert, it loads into my order entry. I see the bid ask. I click on the buy or the sell. I've got my quantity there and I submit. That's it. That's it. Okay. But that's me. That is just me. I cannot recommend anything because I haven't had the occasion to complain about it. So I'm gonna tell you, what do you mean why in the AI can't see the stop price? It's right there. Depends on the size of your chart, I suppose. Right down there, there was the alert. And now, if you're asking why isn't it actually, so here it is on next, 616 is the stop as an example. Not sure why it didn't show up on the TECL, 5102, but certainly here's the WISA, here's your stop, 155. So when it's an AI alert, you see in green, excuse me, in blue, you see the entry, and in red, you see the stop. Okay. And the stop price is always here, right there as a column. Now, if you don't have that column, you just have to add it. Ah, rum, man, oh man, what a great short that was underneath then. What option stock do you guys recommend me to call right now? I don't know. Will, why don't you pick one? Pick one yourself. Oh, okay. But Jedi, I'm truly somebody. I don't really care about what something looks like so much as does it perform well, okay? Definitely for me, function over form. That's just my personality. So the minute I got IB, you're right, it didn't look good. I said, wow, man, that's kind of a crummy looking platform. But what I liked about it, for me, it was simple and it executes well. That's all I care. I'd much rather have a platform than that than have something with all the bells and whistles. Looks pretty, but maybe I wasn't feeling I was getting great fills or something like that. I've never had a complaint about IB in that regard. Okay, but that is just me. I don't get hung up on what something looks like as long as it performs. Are there any indicators? Well, first of all, calls and puts, as far as I know, options, you'll get nothing. Now, again, I'm not an options player. So the question in our YouTube room, are there indicators for pre-market calls and puts? Now, you can't trade options in the pre-market. Okay. So number one, so I don't know if that answers your questions, but we don't scan for options. We have some option filters. But I don't think so. From trade ideas, I'm almost sure that there are no indicators. So the option filters are these, okay? Excuse me. Somebody is asking about options. So if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then I click on search. So I'll click on and I'll start typing in options, and here they are. Okay, so we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. Options volume today is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Then the option volume today is obvious. That's the total number of contracts. And here it's broken down into put and call volume today. And then this is the key one, the option volume today percent. So what all that means is this. Now, again, we don't scan for options, but I know there are people, some of our customers that do trade options, and they say that this can help. So how can this help? Well, this option volume on average, okay, over the last 10 days. So let's just say some stock has traded on average 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days. If you use this filter, this option volume today filter, and this as a percent, say you added that filter and you put 300% ratio of 3. So for you to see that stock that normally has traded 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, it will have to trade 15,000 contracts a day, 3 times normal. So at least what it's doing, it's showing you stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay. Now, if that helps you trade the actual options, great. I can't tell you if that helps or not because I don't trade options, but I've had people in this room that say, yeah, at least it tells me, I mean, to keep, to look at those stocks because it has abnormal option activity. You're welcome, James. All right, 11:37. So I have to find out who is going to be on. Will it be? It is Andy. Thank you, Jamie. So you can hear me. Okay. Okay, guys. So in about 20 minutes, a little over 20 minutes from now, I will be taking my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Normally today being Wednesday, it's Jamie, but Jamie and Andy are switching. Andy is so Andy will be taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link into the rooms so you can head over and listen to Andy. Question in our YouTube room, is there a certain amount of alerts that you should use, meaning a limit? So are you talking about when you create an alert window, how many alerts? For instance, here in this particular one, I only have the one alert, the new high alert. Now, typically I only use one alert. I pick an alert that I want in a window. Okay. There's no limit in theory, but understand that if you put a whole bunch of them in, you'll probably get a whole bunch of alerts. Okay. Because remember, these are ORs. So remember, our filters are and. So in other words, the stock where the price is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is 6 and. So all these filter values have to be met. Alerts are ORs. So if you have a series of different alerts in here, any one of them could trigger. So in other words, if you had the new high and a new 5-minute high, a new 30-minute high, here are all the different alerts we have. So if any one of these triggers, yeah, you'll get an alert, but is that what you want? I personally just like to have one alert per scan in my alert window, but that's just me. but there's no limit. There, in theory, there's no limit. It's just that you don't want to be overwhelmed with alerts. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about literally being alerted over and over and over again every time, one of those many alerts that you're using is triggering. But that's how I trade again. And KC, of course, has had this nice run. It had a huge run several months ago, and then it basically just, sold completely off. Basically, got right back to where that run began. Okay, and now we're on a run again. Now, why take a look at it? Because the next high looking left is 8. So this has got some room. This is showing up on my 20-day range high. Well, it was. It was. It just dropped off, but it was there. All right, so one more. When you do a search, how do you set the scanner for the option performance alert? Well, okay, remember that those are filters that I showed you. Okay. So one of the scans I am sharing is an option scanner. Okay. But understand, well, an option scanner using our filters. So if you're using an alert window, you'll always have to have a trigger. So in this alert window here, again, this is the screening aspect. A lot of screeners are out there. Okay. When I say out there, I mean that you can take a look at. But what Traded is great at is the real-time alert. So when you create an alert window, yes, you'll have the screeners because you just don't want to see all stocks making new highs for the day. You'll be inundated with alerts. So that's why you have the screening aspect to kind of whittle the universe down to a manageable number. But then you have to have some kind of a trigger. So in this case, I'm using the new high. So the same thing with the options. You can use those filters, and then you'll have to have some kind of a trigger. What that trigger is, I can't tell you what you're going to use. You maybe use a 5-minute high, but if you just care about stocks making highs of the day with those option filters in place, then you can use this one. Does that make sense? So again, one of the scans I am sharing is an option scanner. Where is it? I think it's actually and you can take a look at it. We actually have, in fact, you can even just go to our toolbar and click on New, Dock Channel Bar. And I think we still have that options here. You have to click on Show More. Unusual Options, it's called, okay? So one of the channels is called Unusual Options. And if anybody's listening, I don't agree with this. They've just completely turned everything over to the races. I find that now the races are fine, but well, here it is. Okay, unusual. Okay, so here is the multi-strategy window. Okay, so here's what the races are based on. So you could take a look at this. This is actually something I'm sharing on my homepage though. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll see one of my scans that I'm sharing. If you scroll down a bit and click on the scan section, one of them is option plays. Okay, so you can take a look at that. And you can always adjust it. You might like the price range that I'm looking at, the volume that I'm looking at, things like that. Okay. And that's, I should always mention that with all my scans and any scan that you see in our toolbar, for instance, if you saw this scan, this momentum up and said, well, I love the idea, but I don't like the price range. So you can change it. If you like it between 10 and 50, just click on that icon or 10 and 100. I click on the summary and see how it's now changed. And then you say, okay, and then save it to the cloud. Okay, so you can take my scans and use them exactly the way I've constructed them, or you can make some changes. One more time. Are you talking about where my option scanner is? James, is that what you mean on my homepage? Okay, so just click on my homepage link just above you. I'll put it in again. When you do that, you'll be at the top. Just scroll down until you see my scans. Okay, and click here, and there it's called option plays. Okay, you just click on it, and when you click on it, it'll load into a new tab. Just highlight the link, highlight it, copy it, Control C, you copy it, and then File, Load from Cloud. And you'll notice when I do that, File, Load from Cloud, you'll notice that string that you see here ends in CBB3A is the same as up here, CBB3A. So now if for some reason this box is blank, you'll just have to Control V, paste it in. And then you load it. Okay, now load it on another window, one of my other monitors, and here it is. Now remember, and this is for everybody, okay? Understand what you're doing when you get a cloud link from me or anybody else. You've taken it out of my cloud and now it's on your computer. Now the next step is to put it into your cloud, okay? And so you just right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. So you take it off from my cloud, it's now on your monitor, and then you save it into your cloud. And anybody who's in the test drive right now, remember, anything you've done, if you've created a layout, if you've taken some of my scans or you created some of your scan or some scans on your own, save everything to the cloud, all right? The reason being is that at some point in time, if you ever decide that you want to take out a subscription, just use the same email that you used to sign up for the test drive, and everything will still be there for you in our cloud, okay? So it's very important to save everything to the cloud. Other reasons to save things to the cloud, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So I'm working on a desktop computer. I have a laptop. I have a couple of tablets. So if I went out and bought a new laptop today, though, I would download the program and I see my toolbar. Then all I have to do is file, load from cloud, and everything. I have all my layouts, all individual scans. They're all there. So I don't have to recreate everything from scratch, device to device. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time, but again, you can have it on as many devices as you want. There will be another sale very soon. The sale you saw before, the 30% off, was kind of an early bird. People who were in the test drive. Well, it was open to everybody, but ostensibly for people who are in the test drive who didn't need to have the test drive end in order to get what is going to be probably a 25% off at the end of this week. So we're saying, okay, if you're convinced you want the program, here's an early bird. promo for 30% off. If you're convinced that you wanted it already, you didn't need to have another week to convince you that you wanted the program. So to answer your question, there will be something probably tomorrow. Today's Wednesday, yeah, probably tomorrow, and it'll be probably be 25%. Okay. Is it well, first of all, okay, understand now you might get other opinions, okay? I am not an investment advisor, okay? So I cannot tell you. See, look what happened. See? Puts a one in front. It's on certain stocks, not every stock. So I'm still waiting, Paradox. Not Paradox, I'm sorry, Pepe. So Sophie, well, I mean, it is a good long now. I mean, it's been on a tremendous run. I mean, it's been come from it has almost doubled in well, since when? May 15th. So in about a month, it's almost doubled. Now, whether you think that is, going to be some profit taking, it's close to 10. I'm sort of one of these, I'm a bit of a whole number freak. I don't like taking stocks near the whole number. But hey, there's no question that Sophie has been in play for a while. I think it even had there's a price target of 14 placed by EIG. Initiated coverage in the stock, buy rating, and that's a $14 price target. Does that mean it's going to get to 14? No, but there is some enthusiasm for that. But I can't tell you, is it a good buy now? I'm not an investment advisor, okay? A military discount, you'd have to ask. I don't know what it would be. Okay, it probably won't be more than that. Then I mean, typically we have like you get 15% off, 15, and military discounts might be 25. But I don't know. You'd have to give them your. You're going to have to prove. I hate to say it like that, but you'd have to prove. But here, I'll give you a homepage. You can ask. Like a Richie, so you can contact. Click on my homepage, or that homepage, not my homepage, that's the Trade Ideas homepage link. Click on it and you will, question and an answer will pop up. So click on that and then ask the question. This is my, number one, is there a military discount? They'll answer and then, take it from there, okay? Perfect. Question is, would I say I've been taking more plays of the long side or the short side in the last? I'd have to check. I don't even. I don't know. I really don't know. I went short Logi today. Didn't I mean went okay, but nothing fabulous. If you were just joined in, I took a long, but this was yesterday as a bit of a mini swing of IGT. But and I'm looking to get into KC on the long side. Whoa, I wish I'd seen Donut just a little bit earlier. I know I'm not supposed to short Donut. I think PJ told me not allowed to short Donut. Somebody told me I'm not allowed to do that because they love Krispy Kreme, but look at this. Look at this, guys. I mean, this is the low on the weekly, and then the next low is down around 1308. So donut, for whatever reason, looking to see if there's any. Piper Sandler has initiated coverage, but you see what happened? Nut came in as nut, not donut. Now, Pepe, if it's working for you, it's got to work for me. Okay, so all right, guys, it's now 11:55. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. Not Jamie, it'll be Andy taking over from me in about less than 5 minutes. Well, maybe I should load my unusual options again. I certainly don't need this one. I don't need this one. The earnings plays up versus earnings play down. I was really loving this, but there's just no earnings plays right now. Now this, of course, in about well, let's just take a look. Fund the boat. Okay, you're here. Okay, we at least we have one person in our Discord room. Let me take a look at AA. So we're still about a month away from earnings season starting again. AA is on July 19th, so that week we'll start to get the banks and all that. So we're still about a month away from earnings season. Yeah, right there. Alternate method, yes. Use alternate method. That's what I've been doing since day one. Oh, the rule. I tried that. You mean the rule here and using TradingView as the rule also and alternate method? You mean in both? Yeah, I think I tried that. And let me see. I'm going to cycle through a few. I did try that yesterday just to see. But I'll let you know. But I know I tried that just to see. Is that Andy? No, somebody else. Usually I hear a little pop when Andy shows up in our YouTube room. So guys, what I'm going to do, well, you know what I do? I'm going to go BWV because that was one of them. Oh, see, look what happened. It puts one WV. Crazy. There is a reason. Just can't find it yet. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, I'm just going to put myself on mute in both rooms. And I'm still in our YouTube room. And just waiting for Andy to show up. And there he is, Mr. Andy himself. How are you doing, my friend?
Hey, Barry. Doing good. How are you, man?
Good, good, good. What's happening on Friday that you can't do your regular shift?
I'm off. I'm off. We have to go and get my daughter enrolled in school.
All right.
Oh,
Happy time.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, sad time too,
Well,
but
well,
yeah.
okay. Enough
Oh,
said. Enough said.
let's see.
That's funny. That's funny.
Let me
I was
share my
expecting, oh
screen.
yeah, it's going to be great, but well, okay, whatever. But she's not just starting school now, right? This is enrolling again, or is this the first
Well,
time?
no, that's her. It's she just graduated from high school, so
Oh, well,
she
that's
will.
got to be a happy time.
Yeah,
Or are you just sad that she's leaving?
yeah. You'd like to keep them young forever, but
Yeah, okay.
you know
You know
that
what?
you
I shouldn't be talking like this because it's way
you have
too
no
personal.
idea, right?
Yeah, yeah, I have no idea. I have no
Yeah,
idea.
exactly.
I've got my pets to take care of, and that's it. So
There you go. They're a
anyway,
lot of responsibility too, though. I
they are a lot of
have those. Yeah.
responsibility. Exactly. All right, my friend.
All right.
Now
Yeah.
a couple
Take an
things.
hour off, Barry. Yeah.
Okay, you can go to one. You don't have
Oh
a
yeah.
meeting or anything like that.
Nope. Nope.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, my friend. I'll put
All
myself
right.
on mute, and we'll talk to you in about an hour.
All right. Have a good one, Barry.
Okay, bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello, everybody. See perfect circle in there. If you're on the test drive and you're new to this Friday version of the support webinar, no, I'm sorry. I normally do it on Fridays. I'm going to be off, so I just changed with Jamie. So my name is Andy. This is a support webinar. So if you have any questions, be sure to fire away in the chat there, and we will do our best to tackle them. Market feels like it's getting a little tired. I noticed IWM wasn't participating today, and let's see here. Yeah, fixing to go. It's negative on the day and fixing to go to lows. Let's take a look at the Qs while we wait. Any questions? And holding up well, but battling with this 10-period moving average. And of course, the SPYs, the strongest amongst, no, they're about the same as the Qs. But anyway, really overextended. I've been selling a lot today. Been buying a little bit too. But yes, guys, if you have any questions, just use that chat panel and fire away, and we'll get to them for sure. Yeah, Peter, I don't. I used to do more of it when I would take a few more day trades. It seems like I've just kind of occasionally I'll do a day trade, but sometimes I'll look at Holly maybe about midday. What I'll do is I pull it up to see if there's anything interesting for me on the uh, swing trade time frame. Like this next, see, I'm not one to chase. I look for setups, even though that was a nice break above resistance there on the daily, breaking out of this range first thing in the morning. But of course, ran into that's pretty volatile this morning. Something I may keep an eye on if it gets back above, maybe this level right here gets back above that 750 could offer me an opportunity for a swing trade. But a lot of these stocks are going to be fast moving, and that's too overextended for me. I don't like chasing. I like to look for setups, and sometimes even looking at the all the trades. Yeah, I don't trade too many $1 stocks, but I will take a look at it to see if anything, maybe once during the day. Yeah, I'll pull it up to see if there's anything appealing because a lot of times those things are doing huge volume. So if the daily marries up to where it's a good swing trade, I'll take a shot at it. Uh, but when you've been a trader for 25 plus years, you've over the years you developed your style and stuff that you like to do. It's IWM at lows. Yeah, this market, I refuse to get out of my hedge today. This SPXS, even though I'm a little bit underwater. Well, I had some positions, and you're going to find a lot of China stocks on my screen because I did not want to chase this overextended market. I've been waiting for a pullback in this art, to buy some more of that. I only got a small position in it, but like in some of these China stocks here, that this BABA just cleared all its moving averages today. Had a nice move. Now I actually sold some. You can see that red line was my stop that I had in it. I got stopped out, but then when it came down to the 10 period moving average, I bought back into some more. So I'll do that a lot of times, even though I'm swing trading. I'll jump in and out. K-Web, still liking it. I mean, above. I mean, this is why I'm playing a lot of China stocks, breaking a downtrend line, getting back above its moving averages. So I feel like the market could sell off, and these China stocks would probably hold up well, or maybe even go higher. I don't know. We'll see. Bought this Newmont on a pullback this morning. I stuck a bid out before the market opened. I got hit at 42.51 actually in my account. Sorry, guys. Some of you like, why is he going over him? People have emailed me and said that they like when I go over my trades and my logic of why I entered, why I'm in it. But so I know there's people in here that like to hear this. Now Lee is one I've been in from 29.42. Now I sold half of my position anytime I get a move like that. It was up like, I don't know, 10%. I sold half of my position. So a lot of times I'll do this. I'll keep a core position and then scalp out. Like if this comes down, back down to its moving average down here, maybe I would enter another, uh, the other half that what I sold. So I do that quite a bit. Just try to maintain a core position and jump in and out. Riven, I've been talking about this in my video too. I'm really liking the way this thing is setting up now. I mean, this is potentially a nice little bottoming pattern here. Now, it's in a downtrend. It needs to break through this level. But I think this one is one that can be very explosive when it does go. If it gets above this level right there, you can see my price alert basically above last month's high. But you can see by my close P now, I've sold quite a bit of stuff. All right, the SPY has actually broken its 10-period moving average. We'll see. And we could just pretty much close right here in another spinning top. That's kind of what we've been doing, just kind of, you know, creeping higher and higher. See if any action going on the relative strength for you day traders out there. That's a nice little pop there, Manu. Couple of good days in Vera there. Oh, a lot of volume in that one today. That looks like a death march there. That looks like a bankruptcy march. That's an interesting chart. Yeah, running right smack into its 200 day though. Yeah, and that's what you like to see on your sector analysis, the top of the board when you're in a lot of China stocks. This PDD I've been in from see 65.91. All right, guys, if anybody has any questions about the software, the test drive, or if any configuration that you're looking at, races, or if you just want me to ask me a question about a stock, I'll do my best to help you out as far as breaking it down technically and taking a look at it. But we can say, looking at the overextended market, it has to make you a little bit nervous. IWM is really not participating. It's had a little bit of a move, but as far as let's take a look at weeklies. I mean, well, you can just see here on the daily, far from even its 2-month high there. So small caps not in play. I know the Qs and spies saying, "Come on, little brother, come join us." But it's really not now. If this thing pulls back, I would like to know. Maybe put alert right in here. Anticipate a pullback to that moving average. I could see getting back in that. I was in TNA, but I scalped out of it. It's a great, even for day traders. It's a great if you don't feel like you have to place small cap or low float stocks to make money. This is a great strong stock pulling back to its 10 period moving average. Just basic, picking some up at 89, and look at there, already up 50 cents in the trade. Shop has been good to me lately. I don't use bracket orders. Like if I'm in if you Raz, if you're referring to having a stop and a target out at the same time, like on a position that you have. I usually no, I will usually just manage the downside, and then uh, just kind of use my gut. Uh, well, let's take it for example, KWeb. Okay, so I sold a third today. So basically, what I did is for the upside, I see a move, and then it reaches a level I wanted to hold yesterday's high, so I just put a stop on a third of my position, and uh, actually, this was in my This is the one I actually have now in there, but I sold it right below 29. So that's the way I'll kind of manage my uh, uh, targets to the upside. And let me give you a little words of wisdom here. Never, I don't like just taking profits. I mean, just to ring a bell when a stock's explosive and going in your favor. Uh, what I like to do is use a stop instead, like almost like a trailing stop, because who knows when it's going to stop. I used to, I just say, oh wow, I'm up 10%, let me sell half of it, and just sell it. Now what I'll do is I'll find a place like I did on this K-Web this morning. I'll say, well, if it comes down and breaks down below 29, I'm going to sell a third. You know, well, what could have happened is thing could have just kept going, to 30, 31. Who knows? So I don't try to guess where it's going to stop. Instead, I'll just put a stop on my, a trailing stop. And I don't use a percentage or anything. I just find a place technically where I think it should hold, and then I'll put a stop in it. All right, some questions coming in. Good. So I don't use bracket orders. Now I will put, since I'm a swing trader, I will put some hard stops in. Like this chance, I took a chance on Newmont this morning because stuck one out there at 54, and I have already put a stop in below 42, and this is what I'm looking at. So from a s- swing trader's perspective, when I was a day trader, I didn't like using stops because maybe those stops would be 25 cents. And I know the algos are looking to flush out stops, but for swing trading, that's a different animal. So if I entered this trade at 42.51, I want it to hold. See these converging moving averages, and now you got the zoom out here for you. So this is why I always look at things technically when I'm putting in stops, and not just if this goes to lows, I'm getting out. No, I see down here that you have now this 10 period moving average crossing over this 20. So that's going to kind of be my stop area. Now, I always give myself some wiggle room because a lot of times they'll just go wick below. So I think I stuck this in at like 183 or something like this. Because if it breaks down, it doesn't hold this high over here and breaks these moving averages, I want to be out. So I will physically, Raz, put stops in when I'm swing trading, but for as far as target goes, no. I just kinda use my own gut feeling and play it on a daily basis. Yes, Leanne, let me, the back testing feature is a really good feature, and, uh, but let me give you a little hint here. It's really tough to back test intraday, day trading. Okay, day trading, and it's because of all the algos. Okay, so if I mean, you can do it, and but it may perform well for a couple of weeks, and then the market changes, whatever, and then you have to stay on top of it and go and check that back test about every 2 or 3 weeks just to make sure it's still performing. Now I found that it works really, good as far as testing my swing trading strategies. uh, that being said, I'm more of a discretionary trader. I don't look for a lot of back testing results, kind of fly by the seat of my pants. But let me give you a good little video. Let's see here. Let me go over here. Back test optimize. So this right here will give you, it's a nice little video. You find it on YouTube as well, but I'll drop it in here. Back testing. And it shows you how to optimize, which is key when you're back testing. But just keep in mind, don't over optimize too much because then you're kind of creating the outcome on your own and not letting the market. But there's a nice little YouTube video that will kind of show you and give you hints when it comes to back testing. Peter, there's a lot of things I probably need to know more about. Looking at a 60-minute range, what's set for target before buy. First of all, oh, you're welcome, Leanne. Uh, yeah, there's just not enough information in there, Peter. And like I said, I'm not one that's big on targets because targets are subjective. So, in other words, you may be a scalper looking for a 20-30 minute move, whereas somebody else may be looking for a 3 to 4 hour move. So, I don't like to discuss, really like what a person's target should be because it's really subjective. And you always got to keep in mind, keep the market in mind. It's kind of like this BABA here. Okay. So K Web is remaining strong. Okay. Strongest on the board. BABA came back to this level where I entered a new position. Now, let's say I was day trading this. I don't want to put a target in here like I'm looking for a move to 90 because what happens if China goes crazy and this K Web's up 3 or 4, 5%? It's a matter of fact, it's going to highs right now. So why would I, limit myself by saying I'm looking for, 20 cents in this trade and that's it? Okay. As long as the market's staying intact and my thesis has not changed that the China stocks are the strongest on the board right now, the China internet stocks. I'm in probably one of the ones that has the highest uh, allocation in KWeb. I'm not sure about that. I'm just saying it, but I'm sure it's up there somewhere. So I don't want to limit myself just for a 50-cent move if I can get $1.50 out of this trade. You see what I'm saying? So I think you should be more subjective on STLD. I set this alert for some reason. Let's pull it up and see why. Think I was, yeah, I'm not interested in that. Now yeah, as long as the logic from why I entered a trade hasn't changed, even if I was day trading this trade, I would stay on course. Now, if the spies and the Qs rolled over and went to lows and it started weighing on KWeb, that's a different story. Maybe I would use a bar reversal or this 15 period moving average as my stop. Or maybe I would sell half and then try to let the other half run and then use my 10 period moving average close below that as my stop if I were day trading. All right. Andy says, I looked at the anchored VWAP and looked at the YouTube video this morning. I didn't see the anchored VWAP lines on the chart. Is that something you have to turn on? Uh, well, let's take a look. You probably need to go. Let's pull up new and let's pull up docked channel bar. And I think you're referring to this channel, Andy, anchored VWAP. And let's pull up. Let's do the pullback one. Yeah, I'm seeing it. It's going to be that purple one right there. So you're not seeing the it looks like it's going to be this light purple. Okay, so you are seeing that. find a better case so I can judge. Okay, yeah, this looks like it's going all the way back to a recent high and that anchored VWAP. So I guess it is a darker purple one. And I'm not sure what this line is. Is that the okay, the pinch makes sense to me. Okay, there's your pinch, the two dark purple ones. You got this one and that one. It's below its anchored VWAP there. On the pullback one, I'm not sure why there's two on some of these. There's a good example of the Seco gotten above and now it's trying to hold that anchor VWAP. RUM is actually on here, but now it's below. I was actually in this, but I just got stopped out of my last position. It was a nice little breakout there. I thought it was a continuation. So, oh, so no, you're not seeing this anchored VWAPs on your chart here. Because I'm seeing it on all of mine. But is anybody else experiencing that same issue where you're not seeing the? Huh? And you're on the channel, the anchor. Did you pull up a dock channel bar, or you just go straight to the? Well, Andy, if that's the case, you can come to our online chat. Just go to info. I mean, go to trade-ideas.com and click on the little blurb down at the bottom right, I think it is, or on the side, where you can enter chat, and we can come in and take a look. I'm not sure why you would not be getting that. You are on the correct version too, right, Andy? Okay, you went straight to anchored VWAP. Try doing the dock channel bar and see if you did the same thing. Just go to new and then click on dock channel bar and then try it that way. See if you see it. Goose eggs, yes. Have actually did pretty well this year, but I'm so sick of myself for not still being in it at Tesla. Uh, but yeah, I trade it. I won't trade it now just because I feel like it's overextended. But what I'll do is, I'll keep an eye on it. I'm looking for maybe a pullback in this thing. Might not get one, but yeah, that when I see it this far overextended, it could keep going. I don't know, but like I said, it's just not my style to chase. You know, uh, I'm more like this shop. I've traded real well over the last several weeks, and you can see I actually bought it back on this day right here, and then I bought more. So I'm looking for moves like that. Where they're setting up and then do a reversal. I just feel like just a much safer way to enter a trade. But yes, I'd like to see Tesla pull back. Trading tacos. How can trade ideas help me stay in trades longer and not paper handing? Uh, well, I'm going to be honest. That's more of a psychological issue. Now, what it can do is maybe putting price targets in there. So, in other words, I find if I look at trades while they're trading, especially if I look at level two, you'll you'll find reasons to get out. for whatever it is. So a lot of times what I'll do is just, not even don't even look at your trades. I used to when I was a day trader, I wouldn't even look at my P&L because if I knew if I looked at it, and I looked down there and I saw I'm up, so much in a trade, like, oh, I just run over there and take sell it, So the less you, focus on a stock, and i- if you're up in the trade, the actually the more likelihood you're going to hold on to that thing longer. So what I'll do a lot of time is just put a stop in there. Let's take this Baba for example, which is pulling back on me now for some reason. Uh, let's say I'm wanting to hold on to this, but I if I were a day trade. Now, what I probably would have done if I was a day trader is just put a stop below that low right there, and I may be out. But let's say I want to put if it breaks down below this 10 period moving average, I want to get out. So I'll just put a price alert in it and then not watch it, and then put it on something else. Stick it on something else, and not even watch it. Wait for that price alert to go off before I go over and sell something. So try to detach yourself from the individual, looking at the individual intraday action, because if you're watching that intraday action, you're more likely to get out. Okay, let me make sure. HQY alert. Be honest with you, I'm not looking to make any new positions. Feels like this market is just tired. It's interesting though, they're right on its 10 period moving average after earnings, but yeah, just not interested. Yes, Stuart has asked, how about a target on only part of your position? Yes, absolutely. You can, you know, if you're selling a third or a half of your trade, yeah, there's nothing wrong with putting a target on there, and go ahead and actually putting a stick it out there for sale. Uh, yeah, it is. Lady says could be they offer it on a test run version. Andy, that's one thing you might check to make sure you're on the current beta version. What's that pop-up pulling back? Now, if I were a day trader, I'd probably, you know, be thinking if it doesn't close below this, I'd probably be out pretty quick. But okay, Andy says the docked version has it. Yeah, I think that's probably what you want to be in. I'm not sure. It's this kind of older channel bar. It's kind of our legacy channel bar. It just may not be updated. So I'm glad you're seeing it. So yeah, just pull up. We tell everybody to pull up that dock channel bar. It's really best to use anyway, because that way you don't have to you mess up your default layout. You can just pull up that dock channel bar, from the and look at it real quick, take a look, and then close it out. Good. I'm glad you have it on that. All right. HH says, hello. A quick question about the robot sound when a stock pops. Is that something we can control the sound from the windows? Normally, you have many scan windows. Yes, you can. Now, remember, it has to be an alert window and not a top list. And you can see I run a lot of races and top lists. I don't have an alert window, but let's pull one up and let's just find one that I'm familiar with. Breaking out on volume. Wait, what happened? That's not us. And why isn't this working? Who knows? It's probably not mine. Let's do pullback. I'll tell you what, 10 SMA. Let's do this China pullback to 10 SMA. All right, so you can see this YUMC. Now, if I wanted to be alerted, I would just audibly, I would just go in here and go to properties, actions. Now, you click on play sound and then you set up beep. Okay. I'm reading your question again. Just make sure you're not talking about price alerts. You're talking about stock pops. So yes, you have to have an alert window created to look for that. When a stock movement, whether it's hitting a high or whatever it's doing, and then you can go in here and set up your sound. Now, I would recommend beep or text to speech is a good one. That's what most people use. You can use your custom default sound. Okay, so you would have to click on use custom sound, select sound, and this is where you go to your computer where you'd pull something up where you created a file on your computer. Barry does a lot of this, and you can have a custom sound as well. Just make sure you do that right, okay? Because some people mess up their custom sounds, their files are bad or whatever. Yes, it's going to have a woman's voice. This is if I put in here text to speech, you're going to hear a woman's voice calling out a symbol when the alert goes off. Okay, so that's what you're hearing. If you don't want it, just make sure you do not click on play sound. I don't really care for them, but a lot of people like them. Yeah, the defaulted sound is going to be a woman's voice. Barry loves them. Baba pulled all the way back on me. Yep. Arc is hanging up there pretty well, not giving much back. I guess all of them really are. All right. Good, some good questions out there. Okay, you're downloading, Andy. Yes, it downloaded the version. Let's take a look at what you probably should be downloading. Go to download, top right. I don't even think they have a beta. I think everything's production right now, though. We do have a beta, but that's, yeah, it's 5.6. Yeah, I would probably download the beta. That's probably the one that's going to happen. We always recommend the betas once they're put out here. We test them a lot here, all the traders and the guys in the dev department. So by the time we stick them out here on the beta on the website, it's they're usually good to go. No, no, no. These are not AI. These are my own positions. HH. These are not the AI. The AI is going to be strategy trades. Then they're going to be right here. Actually, pretty good day by the AI. So if you go to new, okay, in the toolbar, remember you can launch everything from our new tab. And what you want to do is go down to premium uh, AI strategy trades window. That's going to generate this window. Now the default's going to be set for any profitable trade. Okay, if you want to see all of them, you're going to have to toggle to hit this, uh, open this window, and then you want to click off the only profitable trades to see all of them. Because a lot of times you can catch a nice little uh, second chance, if you will. Maybe it didn't perform well when Holly called it out, and you can set a price alert in this thing and maybe catch it on another on the rebound, if you will. You're welcome, HH. All right. This will be a very typical setup. A lot of times, what you get after a big move in a stock, you'll get what's called like a narrow range inside spinning top, and that setup the next following day can be very explosive if it takes out the high of the setup bar. So I would like to know, me personally, I don't want to chase way up here. I want to be early because that setup is there, and if it does take out that high, it could be explosive tomorrow. Let me see trading tacos. I thought I saw one from you about the green candle alert. Saw something. Is there a way to define the length of a 3 or 4 green candle alert? No, we cannot. No, there's no way to uh, define how long it should be. I don't think. Is there something? I'm pretty sure. Now we do have something, if you haven't checked it out yet, that's called RBI and GBR by and this GBI, and this is red bar ignored and green bar ignored. And you can set these up on a 5-minute time frame, 15. You can see the options there, and 30. Um, Confirm just means basically they have to close before they will alert you. In other words, if you have a red bar ignored, if it's under the unconfirmed, as soon as it takes out that red bar ignored high, it'll alert you. Where in the confirmed, it will only alert you once the bar is closed and it's above that high. So I kind of like the regular version and not the confirmed version. But It's cool, but you can't, you can't define the length of the green bars. We don't have anything for that. I don't think trading tacos. Good, Andy. I'm glad you got that figured out. Yes, it's it's the dark purple one. Oh, thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. You're welcome, Andy. Well, K-Web is remaining strong, still hanging out up there. All right, got about 15 minutes left. Have been some great questions. Let's take a look around at the market and the SPY on the intraday there, a little bit under pressure. It tried to bounce up, and here you can see it got rejected pretty quick. Did break the 10 period moving average, so still very strong on the daily. But as far as intraday goes, I'd be watching to see if it can close back above that 10 period moving average on the SPYs. The Qs, it's kind of the same scenario there, just barely below their 15 though. And the IWM, which was not performing earlier, is still not performing. So still can't get the IWM to play ball. And something I find interesting. Now I know this is a toxic ETF, but I did check the CBOE VIX as well. Is although it sold off a little bit today, the last 4 days going into the day, the VIX hasn't been selling off. As a matter of fact, it was trading up from 4 days ago. And typically, I like to keep an eye on. Only time I ever look at the VIX is when the market gets overextended, because I want to see if it's still selling off. And it really hasn't been until today. Okay, so maybe we'll see what happens, but I always keep an eye on that because it tells me people are buying protection, because of what's happened. They've seen a big move in the market, and there's probably some put buying going on to protect their downside. I don't really buy this VXX, but this is why I might put on a hedge. I'll put this hedge on a little too quick, but oh well. Let's take a look at some China stocks since they're the ones performing so well. Lee, I talked about that one. It's one I've been in. XPEV. Look at this gap. Gap. Yeah, it's crazy. Where's Neo? See it? Hmm. Hanging out up there. But Lee is the one that's really outperforming both of those, and that's why I'm just going with the ones that are working. FRXT TX. Oh, nice move. Looks like, yeah, looks like I mean what Fresh Tracks Therapeutics. Well, at least they got a little cash on hand. Not making any money on the bottom line anyway. Nice move though. Like to have seen that around 65. Vera from the Barry's watch list up. Hmm. Not sure why that shouldn't have didn't go off earlier. Maybe that was the pre-market high or something. That's one to watch. Cow really hasn't bounced a whole lot. That doesn't look bad at all. I want to know if this thing goes, a little head start. HQY, yeah, I had alert go off on that one. It was on my watch list for today, and yep, there you go. Getting a bounce now. See, so what I did, I'm just not in the mood. I was in this webinar. I'm not in the mood for this one, but I pulled this up. I said, well, let me just put an alert down here right at where the 10 period moving average is. And a lot of times those can be really great entries. I do that quite a bit, actually. Actually, I did it the other day on this MVIS, and I got caught. I bought it on the when it came down. I had alert right there. It went off and bought it. Luckily, scalped out probably 70% of it yesterday, but then I held it and they announced this. I was looking at that chart yesterday. Keep this in the back of your mind. Anytime you see some of these small stocks run, seems like 8 times out of 10 they're going to announce a secondary at some point. And yeah, I got caught with my last 30%, and I actually sold it. I sold it in pre-market yesterday. I didn't want to even mess with it. You never know. Actually, yeah, I think I sold it too at 5, lucky 545 or something like that. Now, what you may want to do is just stick a alert down here. I haven't looked. Typically, their secondary would probably priced at $5, what I would think it would be looking at that chart. 1 hour to FOMC announcement. Well, I can promise you this: they're not going to say anything to crush the market. But I also think that if they do come out with some, positive talk, it could be a sell the rumor when I see that, what we've seen in the market lately. I hear the whisperer, man, the stock whisperer.
I'm patented it. That's hard to say. I can't say it.
Patented.
I've created a patent. I can't
There
say
you go.
try to say patented it. That's a tough word to say for
Well,
me.
do a custom sound on your computer and upload that to an
Yeah,
alert. Yeah, that'd be spooky.
exactly. Ooh. And yeah, the Vera. I mean, I don't. You probably didn't see. Maybe you didn't see yesterday. I was saying to you guys in our Slack, keep an eye on Vera for a potential because of the
Oh
gap.
man, yeah,
And you saw Vera yesterday, and it was still below the 200-day. I completely and utterly forgot about
forgot.
it until it got to 14. And that's when I don't know how I saw it. I saw it on something. And so I actually took some and I have got out most of it because I have no idea where this is going. But
Well, let me ask
look
you
at the
something,
gap.
Barry. Why,
Look at the gap.
your watch list up alerted me that I'm looking at the price now at 1438. Why would you have that so high up? Uh,
The reason being, Andy, is because I only hearted it about, I don't know, 10 minutes ago.
oh, okay, gotcha,
Okay. I forgot to heart it, which
gotcha.
puts it into my watch list. And I completely forgot about it.
I gotcha.
Even though what I did, I've got a sheet probably like you.
Hmm.
Um, and so yesterday I put on my sheet for today, don't forget about Vera,
Uh,
right at the bottom. Exclamation, and I didn't even see it.
completely
Didn't
forgot
even see
about it.
it.
Huh?
No, waking up at 4 in the morning, sleeping my eyes and everything like that. And I completely and utterly forgot about it. And then it showed up on a scan that I got my momentum scan. I was saying, what are you crazy? How could you have forgotten about it? It's because of the gap. I mean, look
Yeah.
at the
Oh
potential
yeah,
gap
I
fill.
see. I
Uh,
looked at it. Yeah, I zoomed
yeah.
out and looked at it. It's pretty
I don't know
impressive.
what happened. I don't know what happened that week or that day
Yeah.
to cause it to, catastrophically fall. But boy, it's recovered. So
Nice.
wow.
Now I'm looking over here. Even before that gap, this is some major resistance right here at the. Uh, why didn't it draw a line?
Take a look at what you're trying to do. Get your screen up. Okay, what are you trying to do here?
Well, I don't know why it's not drawing, but you can see my cursor. You got some
Yep.
major resistance right
Oh
here. Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes, yes.
Even before the
Yeah.
gap,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
But still, man, what an
Yeah.
impressive move today, man.
No, good grief, no kidding. I mean, you look at some of these candles and you look at yesterday's candle and you say, oh, well, I mean, we can't have a candle today that's going to be bigger than that one.
Uh,
Look at, and now, you know what we're saying today? Well, we can't have a candle tomorrow that's going to be bigger than the Wednesday candle, can we? It's amazing. It's amazing.
I know, man. Yeah. It's
And I'm interested, you probably don't have because you're more of a swing trader. I literally could not trade without my sound alerts. If I didn't have my sound alerts going off to alert me to what window to look at, I don't think I mean I could trade, yes, but my trading I'd be sort of floundering a bit. Not that I have a ton of alert windows open, but just the peace of mind knowing when I hear the certain sound to know which window to look at.
That's true.
But you don't,
Yes.
so but you probably don't have a lot of alert windows
I
up,
don't.
right?
I don't. You know,
Yeah,
with in swing trading, I
yeah,
do a lot of my homework, and so I like to use top
exactly.
list. Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter as
But
much. But but the question that somebody had earlier about what I would have also said though, if you've got you should have a different sound alert for each alert
yes,
window.
I
Otherwise, you'll
agree.
never know which window to look at when you hear the
Totally.
sound.
Yes. Yes.
So just in case
No,
that
no.
person
I
is
could
still
I could
listening.
see. I could definitely see if I were still day trading. Yeah, I would. I definitely
If you were
use it
me,
for sure. If I
if
were
you were
you,
me.
yes. If I were you, Barry.
If I were a rich man. Okay,
All
listen,
right.
my friend. Well, thanks for filling in for Jamie. Well, not quite. I
Oh
guess you've
yeah,
just
no
done the
problem.
swap.
Yeah, it's a
And
swap. Yeah.
whatever happens Friday, I hope it works out well.
Oh,
And
it'll be yes, it'll be fun. It'll be
okay,
fun. All right, man.
okay,
Have a great
okay,
weekend. Well, not
okay.
weekend yet.
You
I'll talk to you before then. Bye bye.
okay? Bye bye, guys. Let me just take over the stream here. Okay, back in all of the rooms. Yes. Now let me get my music going. There we go. So guys in the main room, talking to Andy about Europe. And, so last night in our Slack channel, in the Trade Ideas Slack channel, I was telling the guys, keep an eye on Vera today. Look at the potential gap fill and all of that, because Vera closed at 1080, right around here. Right around here, if you can see my weekly chart. And I said, but look at the potential gap fill. And I wrote a note to myself on the page that I use for today, right at the bottom. Don't forget about Vera. Of course, I completely forgot about it. Completely forgot about it. But it showed up in my 20-day range high, okay, around 13 something. And so I watched this, and I didn't want to chase it, but I watched it, and I'd have to have a 5-minute chart up, but around 1420, it looked like it was ready to go. So I was able to get a piece of it and sold most of it out between 1450 and 1460. Now it's pulled back, but I'm still interested in this. I mean, look at the gap fill. I mean, potential. So I don't know what happened here. Obviously, something happened here that just wrecked it. You'd have to go back with it. This was the week. This was when was this? This was January 2nd. Yeah, this was the first week of January that this happened. So anyway, what a move for Vera. But I just cannot believe I forgot to watch it. Now, let's see. I'm out of that IGT, guys, by the way. It was a nice idea, and I'll kind of watch it if it gets back over 32 again. That was my swing trade, my less than a day swing trade. And what am I watching? There was something else. It was mixed data. Okay, okay. Thanks, Grumpus. See how helpful you can be when you put your mind to it. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I had something I was going to point out, and I've forgotten about it now. I know what I wanted to say, and this is going to, this is kind of a teaching moment, if you will, about how to use the AI next. Okay, as an example. So we saw next, and I know Shady had it earlier, and that was great. It turned out to be a great trade. But here was the alert at 690. Okay, and from 690, before it pulled back at all, it got up to 785. Awesome, right? Almost a dollar move. And look what it did. It pulled back, 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 and you would think, well, maybe it's over. So just set a price alert at the original price, which was 690, because who knows? Maybe it sets up later on in the day. So you might think, ah, man, I missed this one. But all you have to do is just set your price alert, using our price alerts. And look what happened. It went down through it and then hovered around for maybe, I don't know, 30 minutes. And then look what happened. It finally took it out and made a nice run from 690 all the way back up to 748. And, I don't know where it's going from here. So, but that's how you can use it. Use it like a watch list. These can set up various times of the day. How do I see? Okay, so Henry C, you're new to, and by the way, welcome to the platform. Welcome to Trade Ideas. Well, Vera was something that we saw yesterday. Okay, and so number one, okay, saw Vera yesterday, but this was showing up on the momentum scan over and over and over again. Okay, so that's how, I mean, you almost 100% for sure, we would have started seeing it at 1243, maybe a little earlier, but certainly right here, because all of a sudden, look at the volume that came in, that would have shown up in this momentum scan for sure. Now, what you're not seeing is the first time it happened. Okay. This is the high that it got, 1483. If it takes out 1483 again, we will see it up here again. So, but also, I mean, this is a little bit later in my 10-day daily breakout, 1437. That's a little bit later. The reason why it would be a little bit later is because some of the filters obviously weren't met until this time. Okay. But also, I mean, there's so many, so many ways you could have seen it in the 20-day range break. Okay. Saw it here. So many, many, many times seeing Vera. Unfortunately, I was on my break and I didn't see it until I actually saw it in this 20-day range break. And that's where I saw it right around 14. But what I should have done, okay, and it's just stupid that I didn't. We knew about it yesterday because of this. And so the idea then would have been to put a price alert and just put a price alert. I mean, look where it closed. It closed literally at the high of the day yesterday. And so what I should have done is put a price alert a little bit above the high of yesterday. I would have seen it immediately. Okay. Now I'm not saying I would have taken it immediately. There was a 200-day moving average up there. But it just tore through that like nothing. So many, many, many scans would have shown Vera. Okay, many scans. Just because the relative volume is 12, that means it's trading 12 times normal. Up to this time of day, up to this point of the day. Well, we are not doing anything, JD. You have to, I'm sorry, you have to make up your mind about Vera. I mean, I'm just saying, obviously it still has some room, but, arguably some might look at this and go, man, this is super extended now on the daily chart. The stock was at 887 yesterday, as a low, and it's up to almost 15 today. You always run the risk now of, a lot of profit taking. It's a fairly low float, 26.5 million in the float. So it's a fairly low float. So, I mean, I personally I'm not swinging this one. I mean, I may get back into it if it takes out, the 15 level, but I personally am not going to swing it, but I'm not a big swing trader either. Because if you're going to swing this one, where are you going to put your stop? I mean, the low of the day, that's $11. That's a $3 stop. I mean, it's tough. Lots of shorts of it. Yeah, a fair amount. Yeah, 198,000 at Interactive Brokers anyway. So there's certainly a lot of shorts available. But I'm happy I saw it eventually. Obviously it didn't take full advantage, but not bad. Now the other thing, not that I think Avira will be affected, but we do have, I guess, the minutes at 2 o'clock, the Fed minutes at 2 o'clock. Market is completely 100% expecting no rate increase. So listen, if there's a rate increase, even of 25 basis points, we're going to see a giant red candle. So the market is expecting no rate increase. Now that doesn't mean, the market's going to go up, but that's, it's already kind of been built in, I think, that no rate increase. But at 2:30, then Mr. Powell will get up and talk. And they're going to start grilling him. Okay, no rating. Well, assuming there's no rate increase today. What about next week or next month, Mr. Powell? What do you see? So, that is going to, and, people will be trying to judge his sentiment. And so that's the issue right now for today. And that's in about 50 minutes. And I will put the SPY chart up, of course, about a minute before 2 o'clock. I'll put a 1 minute SPY chart up and we'll watch the fireworks. It's always fun, to see the moves. You get a big giant or giant green candle, then a giant red candle, a giant green candle. You go up and down, up and down, up and down. Yeah, in fact, you know what? I'm going to do my video now. Okay. I'm going to do my video now. What time is it right now? 1:11. Okay. So now they've told me I can make my videos a little bit longer. I was instructed before to keep them under 1 minute. So I don't mean I'm going to make them 20 minutes long, but so I will say, it's say 122, back around 122. Let me get rid of that announcement. Maybe 123, just in case I do go a little over time. All right, so I'll mute everybody now. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm still kind of watching that KC to see if it gets back over 7 again. It's the same kind of thing, not quite as dramatic as the Vera, of course, but the KC, if it gets back over 7 again, gonna hit a wall here. What's the VWAP? No, the VWAP is 688. So if you can hold the VWAP and then get back over 7 again, because again, when you look left, there's all sorts of room to 8. I'm not saying it's getting to 8, but that's what I look for. I look for something when I look left, lots of room to run until it hits that next high. So, boy, that Logi, I almost went long Logi. This has been a bit of a, let's watch it again. I almost went long Logi right around here and then it pulled back. And now it's underneath 56 again or 57 again. I think this is just too difficult for me anyway, trying to trade this right now. Vera is still strong. I'm completely out of it, but I'll be interested. I want to know about it. Doesn't mean I'll take the trade right at 15, but I do want to know about it. If it gets back up to this high right up here, 1491, I'll stick an alert around that area. Disney is dumping DIS. Haven't looked at Disney in a long time. Yeah, a little bit of a downturn, 94 down to 93, but a dollar move for Disney. Still waiting, Pepe. Still waiting. Tried to type in Disney, it gave me IS. No pressure though. All right, now I probably won't do anything in the next 40 minutes, unless it's a something that I think won't really matter what the market's doing. Now, GME is interesting. GME is interesting. Why? Look at the break now. Underneath 26, whole number. So there's a break underneath the whole number. Look at all the action at 26.54. Topping tails, bottoming tails could not really break out one way or the other. And ever since then, though, it's been almost steadily down. The low looking left of yesterday is 25, about $25. So I'm sticking an alert here, guys. I mean, I still don't believe in this thing. So I'm sticking an alert right there and see if it takes out 25 either today, tomorrow, or someday. Because I think if it does, it could fall right back. Ah, oh, you mean the build? You mean the trade ideas build? You don't mean the trading view build. You're talking about the trade ideas build. Oh, I see. Hmm, good point. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens the next time, the next build, the next dev build I take. GME shareholder meeting tomorrow. Okay. I mean, I'm just looking what the chart's telling me right now. I'm not looking to short this yet, but a 25 break. I was hoping it would get really, really close to 28 up here. Just didn't do it. Yeah, that's a good one, Pepe. Well, I know how I could easily, I won't do it now, but once I shut the room down, I'll go to another build. So what build are you on? You must be on, are you on our beta from the homepage? Okay, so I'll try that and see. Maybe that's it. All right, let's see what happened to this LAES. Hmm. Yeah, kind of like the IPX yesterday. If it gets over 20, I might get a little interested. I'm going to put an alert around 2046 for LAES and see if it takes it out. But it is, very whippy and a very, very low float, about 1.2 million in the float. You guys are watching Unity, see what it does at the V-WAP, 4049, getting close. Well, I did my video on next, guys, and I just try to keep hammering the point home to use this like a watch list. So I was saying, like myself, I don't like taking trades right off the bat. So that alert happened at what, 9:40, 9:41. So yeah, if you'd taken it at 690 or thereabouts, you would have had a tremendous trade. Got all the way to 784 before it pulled back. But if you missed it the first time, definitely was an opportunity to get in it again. All you have to do is set a price alert. So when it broke down through that area, you might have said, "Oh, I guess it's over. Must be over." Well, it might have been. It may have just collapsed completely. But what's the harm in putting a price alert back at the original alert price from the AI? So look what happened. I would say about 45 minutes, it was just sort of chopping around that price. And then finally, when it got back over 7 in a big way, fairly big way, it kind of took off to 735. You could have taken some off here, went on that little pullback, held some, and then, rode it up to 750, maybe up to 760. Now it looks like it could be over. And here's the Vera. But all I'm saying is just don't lose sight and treat it like a watch list. FOMC is at 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock Eastern time, but it's also 2:30. Okay, that's when the presser, the press release, the presser is okay. Press briefing at 2:30. So there'll be fireworks at 2 o'clock. for about probably 3 or 4 minutes. And then definitely again around 2:30, 2:31. And then, for how long afterwards, I don't know. Ooh, Kura just showing up. Kura. Kura, guys. Kura is showing up here. Kura on the way down in my 10-day daily breakdown. Now, the issue would be it's got a little bit of room. 1102 is the next low looking left before it would hit that. Spread is okay. Only one. Really? Only Yahoo and GME have had 5 CEOs in 5 years. Here's another one that's breaking down through the V-WAP, guys, is AI. AI is breaking down through the V-WAP. V-WAP is at 42.46. So 42.20. So it's underneath the V-WAP. Again, I just find this insanely hard to trade intraday. Bottoming tails, topping tails, up, down, up, down, up, down. How does this room work? Hi, Cliff. Welcome to the room. Well, how the room works is right now there are certain tabs. So you're in general market talk, so that's okay. But if you had a specific stock you want to talk about, you just go to the specific stock tab. Okay. And other than that, I mean, we don't talk about how many shares we take. We don't talk about how much money we make and all that. Other than that, there are very few rules. Now, when you say new to this, are you new to trade ideas also? Or are you new to trading? Or are you just new to the room? Or all three? Shouldn't ask three questions at the same time. So, Cliff, are you new to trading? And I'll wait for your answer. Hopefully you can hear me, Cliff. Okay, just in general, the room is open between 9 a.m. and about 3:30 p.m. Monday to Friday, in which I do share my screen and I do talk on the mic. Yeah, I should always ask that question first. Hey guys, KC, and it's hard not to say, and the Sunshine Band, but anyway, look at KC, guys. Look at KC. It has come back. It's got the room. I don't know if this will be that affected by the Fed talk. I don't think so, but Okay. Okay, Cliff. Yeah, you can't talk. Okay, you can listen. You can listen, but you can't talk. But I see what you mean. You need some headphones so you can hear without noise around. Okay, cool. Yeah, come back. All right, guys, look at Vera. 14.99. And then the drop. Amazing, isn't it? That's why I'm a whole number freak, guys. I know I say it all the time, but I just have this it's a phobia. And some whole numbers are to me more important than others. I think five is an important whole number. 10, 25, but probably even the multiples of five. Well, if you didn't hear though, Cliff, I'm live on the mic between 9 a.m. and 3:30, Monday to Friday, Eastern time. Okay, just in case you didn't hear that. Let's take a look at NTCO. NTCO. Little bit of room, guys. Just a little bit of room. NTCO. So, I really am in the afternoon. I'm really interested in these 20-day range breaks and lows. Okay. I think by the time the afternoon comes in, sets in, a lot of these stocks, and including these stocks, any stock that I'm seeing had more time to kind of really kind of either settle down after the initial excitement, and then they can set up. They can set up later on in a more controlled way. I'll call it controlled way. So I'm Jeff. This is just a top list, a very very simple top list, in which the stock is at least at its 20-day high or above. Okay, let's take a look, and I'm sharing these. So let's just take a look at what it's actually looking for. So current volume is at least one. So in other words, I want it to be trading at least normally. Okay, in this case, this is trading 1.9 times normal, but I want it to be trading at least normally. 600,000 shares. I want it to be up 4% from yesterday's close. And this is how I've got this sorted is I want to see stocks near the high of the day. So that's how I have it sorted. That little D that you see with the up and down arrow, that is the position in the day's range. So I sort on that because I want to see stocks near the high of the day. And also, of course, I don't even need this column here, this P. This is the position in the 20-day range. I know it's going to be at least at the very worst, it'll be right at the 20-day high, but it could be over. Probably more than likely over. So when you look at these symbols, look at frog. So you look at frog, and you can just well, obviously, here this is a daily chart. You could just count back 20 days. Of course, it's at a 20-day high. Okay, and they all are. They're all at 20-day highs and above. They don't have to be just at a 20-day high. They could be at a 100-day high, depending on what it did, but at least at a 20-day high. I have no expectations, for Vera. I mean, I think if it can take a 15 in a bigger way, it could get going again, but, I'm going to stick my price alert. But look, it's stalled right at that whole number. Could get going again, but I have no expectations. I don't go into a trade. The only thing I go into a trade is looking left. My expectation wasn't that it was going to get up to 19, but I just wanted to take out chart resistance as one reason why it wouldn't keep going higher. That's all. I mean, again, when you look at it, I was joking with Andy. I was saying after this big green bar yesterday, I don't think anybody would have predicted that today it would even be a bigger green bar. Excuse me. And then tomorrow, I mean, who knows? Maybe it'll even be a bigger green bar. It's so hard to predict. I mean, you wouldn't think so, but I wouldn't have thought, today's daily candle would be bigger than yesterday's. I wouldn't have thought that. And I'm not even sure there's news on this. See if there is actually news on it. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one. Let me check our news. Okay, so this is kind of a sympathy play, I guess. Okay, this is more of a sympathy play because here's the this is the 13th, but this was announced on had a little move. Yeah, it had a little move on the 12th. So this is all about Novartis buying Chinook. Okay, so it's possible that they have the same type of drug. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, William. I sort of now do remember. So it was a sympathy play, and the sympathy continues. Man. Well, thank you. Obviously, you obviously haven't heard about the Andersons. Great rugby team. Rugby side, sorry. Not bad. Not bad, Tank. Now, I could have gone junior hockey on you and talked about the Barrie Flyers. Okay. That's a town in Ontario. I actually lived there for about a month. Same spelling, everything. But wouldn't expect you guys to know anything about junior hockey. They must have changed their name. I think they used to be the Flyers. They're now the Colts. Hey, there you go. That's the Anderson insignia. Okay, guys, what time is it now? About 17 minutes before Fed releasing. I got my. You guys getting the British gentleman telling you that your IB, your connection is gone? Haven't had that for a while. Every now and then that happens. I'm looking at my. Still have a green ball, so it's not my internet connection. I don't think. Okay, good. So it's not just me. Misery loves company, Leanne. Good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm going to take about 5 minutes. I've got a couple of things to do, and then I want to get set for this for the fun at 2 o'clock. So just give me about 5 minutes. 145, 150. All right, guys, I'm back. So I think I'll just take a look at the anchored VWAP from Big Gap. See if there's anything interesting. Still kind of interesting in this YEXT, YEXT. You can see exactly what happened. This is this scan from the anchored VWAP channel. Oh, look at this market. Yeah, really selling off ahead of the announcement. So little minor disconnect in the market. Nas is up a little, Dow's down a little bit more. SPY is kind of flat. So this EX is just hugging that anchored VWAP, that purple line right here. Yeah, this VECT is a buyout, so trying to eliminate this. ASML, I'm not going to worry about a 700 or look at a $735 stock, nor a 495 stock. Take a look at ASX, what's happening with ASX. Yeah, it's a little bit spotty. I wouldn't, I mean, maybe if you'd seen it here, right in this area, Like to see it touch the VWAP, even break down a little bit below and then get back above it before you kind of commit to the trade. Wow, this Mongo database, holy smokes. What a monster. This is a little bit like the Nvidia. A little bit like Nvidia, okay? I don't know if it's an earnings play too. So that's where the gap was drawn from. And when I say a little bit like Nvidia kind of looked like this, the big gap, you know, the line, and then kind of flattening out a bit. And then eventually Nvidia started moving away. Let's take a look at Nvidia. I think it's still here. Let me just do a search or just sort it. And there we are. Yeah, because sort of. I mean, there's the gap, of course, on earnings, and there it was kind of. If you're gonna remember what Mongoose looked like, Mongo database looked like, it was kind of looking like this, and then Nvidia broke down a little bit through the anchored VWAP, and then once it broke up above, then it has been just running. So let's take a look at MDB again. You kind of see what I'm. Oh, there's the Vera now, guys, over 15. Briefly again. So yeah, you can kind of see that it looks a little bit like what Nvidia was looking like. What you probably like to see maybe is even just a little break below and then break above and then start to run. You know, if you don't mind playing stock, you know, maybe you play like options or something on this, but this is definitely holding that anchored VWAP. I know Michael's been interested in this one, the BRBR. Kind of choppy. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it has touched the anchored VWAP several times, and that's a little bit far away. I mean, that's at 35, 37. The stock's at 36 now, so that might be a little too far away. But you can see what I'm doing. You just go through them, you know, and if you don't like the price range, I know what Michael does is he looks at this at the end of the day, and he will then take a look at some the following day. So he'll go through these and he'll look at them at the end of the day. And then he might take something at, I mean, that's what I did with the IGT. I took it at near the end of the day. Out of it now, too bad. I mean, I don't know if it's the market or causing this sell off with IGT, but you know, I didn't do badly on it. Now the KC is starting to, you know, it's holding, guys. It's holding. KC is holding. Oh, we know, JJ, but thanks for yeah, thanks for reminding us. We certainly know. 8 minutes. Let's take a look at BRZE. Ah, that's interesting. Look at the BRZE, guys. This is interesting. So again, it's drawn from the gap. The anchor starts at the gap. You can see the gap. Was this an earnings play? Yep. June the 8th. So this is an earnings play for BRZE. We will see a lot more when we into earnings season about a month from now. We'll see a lot more that are earnings plays that are gapping, that have gap, I should say. This is kind of interesting. You know, a couple of bottoming tails into the anchor to VWAP. Anchor VWAP seems to be holding. Looking left on the weekly chart, yeah, it's got some room, $43. So this could be interesting at the end of the day. I may do something at the end of the day, and where you put your stop is at the anchored VWAP. So if I were taking this one, it would be about $1 stop. Keith, yeah, absolutely. If it's a if it's a 25 point basis point run or increase, this market's going to you'll see a giant red bar. So we are expecting, well, we expecting a nothing. Yeah, I definitely like this one, this BR. So what I have to do is I'll put a price alert, maybe around 40.97. I don't want to forget about it, and put one underneath. I just don't want to forget about it. I'll also jot it down on my pad to look at it at the end of the day, see what's happening at the end of the day. Yeah, those are previous sorry, those are previous alerts from the AI, yes. So I sort of remember this one. This was on the 9th. So this was an AI alert on the 9th. But way back here, I mean, yeah, you're right. If you take a look at a weekly chart or a monthly chart or a daily chart and you see little flags, so that was to go long, this was to go short on the sell. Yeah, no, these were alerts. These were alerts on that day from the AI. Did I see? Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see Kay. Sorry. Hey, Kay. Sorry about that. Welcome to the room. Now, William's being a bit of a jerk, okay? So listen, I mean, if there is a interest rate rise of 25 basis points, this market will go down. I mean, maybe okay, and the stocks that follow the market will follow with it. So you look at your Apples and your Microsofts and all those big stocks, they'll follow with it more than likely. It's best not to do any trading around that time. Now what I'm going to do right now is bring up that big SPY chart. And we're going to get a 1 minute chart up. And as always, that first move in the 1 minute usually it'll be about 5 minutes before we see the true direction. Okay, so you could see a giant green bar followed by a giant red bar followed by a giant green, on and on and on for 5 minutes or so. But the real fireworks are probably, I mean, unless there is a rate increase, okay? The real fireworks will probably be at 2:30 when the presser begins, depending what he says. And we have 1 minute and 10 seconds. Right, we've now about 40 seconds until the announcement. Yeah, it usually takes 5 minutes before you see the true move. All right, guys, it's actually kind of exciting. This is reality TV right here. There we go. Okay, guys. Boom. So giant red bar, giant red bar. Now, don't tell me they rose I mean giant red bar, but now a big bottoming tail. No change as expected. Okay. Maybe the market is ticked off. Maybe they thought, you know what if they actually reduce? All right, there's our first minute. Yeah, interesting. We got another follow-up red bar. Look at the giant, look at this giant 15 minute, only 2 minutes in or 1 minute in. Now, this is an interesting reaction. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the spine's been on fire. The market's been on fire for quite a while now. So maybe, yeah, maybe they were maybe a glimmer of hope that, well, wait a minute. Another 4 seconds for this candle to close. What I'd love to see is a giant green candle wiping all this out, just to show you how crazy it can be. Did it actually say that in the minutes, Ori? Two more rate hikes. Two more rate hikes forecasted. Okay. So maybe obviously what the market would have loved to have heard is that no more, no more, no mass. Yeah, I mean, obviously the market is ticked that they said two more planned. I mean, but again, at 2:30, that'll be probably even more interesting when he actually gets up and talks and fields questions from the press. He's at A. Why didn't you tell me to buy this? PJ. Oh, I know. I'm kidding you, of course. Okay, just a couple more minutes and I'll close this down. So we seem to have the direction. We did not get interesting. We did not get a giant green candle at all, even briefly. Okay, well, now we got to wait till 2:30. Okay, Unity now, guys. If you're looking at Unity, Unity is now underneath the V-WAP by 4052. So it's underneath the V-WAP now, 4030. Moving down with the market, I guess. But I guess. All right. Well, there's the BRZE. Now, obviously, I guess this is moving down with the market, affected by the market. Look at this giant. That's a giant. That's a giant 15-minute candle. Yep, GME, when it gave up 26, that was a good. Now, I'm sure it's being dragged down with the market too. CVNA dragged down by the market. I mean, they shouldn't care, but AI dragged down by the market. You know what is not being dragged down by the market yet, really though, is Vera. Not in a big way anyway. Vera probably doesn't care. I mean, it's some red bars, but nothing dramatic yet. As opposed to when you look at AI. I mean, that looks just like the SPY right now, right? Remember, this is a 15-minute candle. 15-minute candle looks just like the SPY. Yeah, next is holding up all right. These are kind of alpha stocks, not really caring too much about what the market's doing. Oh, there's the GME now. Oof. Breaking down through 25. Well, they said the other thing to look at, Ori, maybe you can help on this one. What was the vote for keeping rates the same? Because that was the other tell. I mean, if it was very close or was it basically unanimous? Thank you, Pepe. So it was unanimous, but it seems like they're still bound and determined to keep raising rates at least twice more this year. Maybe that, again, market may be hoping for a nice surprise. Still interested in KC, guys. KC is still hanging around that 7 level. I mean, it's kind of looking like the SPY, but not as dramatic, of course. But there is a red bar. I'm going to stick an alert around 709 and see if it takes it out later. Shrugs off this and takes it out later. Probably. Well, I definitely want to know about it if it gets up there. I mean, and more than likely, don't like you can't, don't listen to me though, okay? I mean, you can listen to me, but I'm not telling anybody to buy this if it gets to 709. I'm just saying I want to know about it. If it's back up to that level, if it seems like it's shrugging off. But you know what? It is actually reacting very closely to the SPY. See that big bottoming tail now on the SPY? See the bottoming tail with KC? So it's actually reacting. I mean, not as dramatically. I mean, it's only $7, 712 down to 7. But the pattern is kind of the same. I'm a little surprised. I didn't think that KC would really care. Too small. Seeing a lot of stocks with big bottoming tails now, mimicking the SPY. Just like who would mention that the series of bounce plays alerts run. Take a look at run. Yeah, sort of. There's a bottoming tail, but not that. Maybe it was up here and now, but it's still selling off. Time is it? This has another 2.5 minutes to close. This candle has another 2.5 minutes to close. So we'll have to see if it can keep this little bottoming tail or would it close down? Yeah, and JD, I wasn't trying to snap at you, okay? It was just when I put price alerts, it doesn't mean that I absolutely take the trade. It's just that I want to know when it hits that price, and then I take a look, okay, and say, okay, do I still like what I see? Now, the prudent thing right now is not really to do anything because we still have 230 to contend with, okay? So the prudent thing right now is really not to do anything. You know what has been remarkably stable after that initial excitement is this wet G. I'm going to say it, PJ. I don't believe this is going to stay here. Okay. Now the issue it's still no shorts now at Interactive Brokers, so they are still being held. Earlier on, they were about 14 or 15,000, but they've dried up. Yeah, you and me, we've got our secret code. No, no, that does not mean to buy wet G. It just means I don't think it's going to stay here at 15. You know, my guess is that it would drop, but I have no shorts, is what I was saying. But you never know. I mean, that float is insanely low. I remember not that long ago that if you saw a float of under 1 million shares, I mean, that was a unicorn, otherworldly. But now we're seeing a lot, not a lot, but enough that are under 1 million shares. Well, I mean, it's possible. It's held 15 very nicely. It's just in this range. But, I mean, for me to get, I mean, if I got interested in this one, it would have to. And, you might be right. I don't see any volume yet, though. You see, you need some volume to perk this thing up. But if you put an alert at 1637 or so, which is the high of these sort of three candles, I mean, it's possible it could get going. And then remember, it got up to 23. But what you'd love to see is on that 15-minute chart, you'd like to see some volume. Look at that little volume bar. You can't even see it. You guys are Tesla must be obviously Tesla's moving down, so you guys are trading TSLL. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so far nothing's been safe. Vera also now is really starting to give it up. I wish I'd seen this. The break of the V-WAP 13.99. All right. Well, listen, the wet G, you may be right now. Let's take a look at wet G and see if it's any volume is coming in. 225. Little bit, a little bit. You can kind of see that little volume bar on the 15-minute chart. It's at least it's greater than the previous two, probably equal to the three bars ago. And what time is it now? 225. So has another almost 226. So has another little over 4 minutes to close. All right, guys. So we have a little about 3.5 minutes until the presser at 2:30. So I'm doing nothing until then. Well, not until then. Certainly going to see what the market reaction is. Well, you'd think they raised it by 100 basis points. You know? How does this get adjusted overnight, PJ? You say you've been playing this, the Tesla Bull, of course, TSLL. I'm sorry, and I made a mistake. So this is, going long, of course, but how does it get adjusted overnight? Always, because it's one of these 1.5. Yeah, the leverage component, exactly. Because well, the other ETFs. That's one of the things that help. Just be careful if you're swinging these other ones that there's some kind of an adjustment overnight, and it's not like a normal stock, all that sort of stuff. I've never completely understood it because I've never traded an ETF, and so I sort of follow it on just glance at these comments that are made, but I don't completely understand it. Oh, but you've been holding TSL. You've been holding TSLL for a while. So It hasn't been crazy, you okay, 3 days, so you haven't woken up and go, "Wait a minute," close at 1671 and it's opening at, 10 or some crazy thing, even though Tesla might be still going up. Okay. Maybe this because it's so tied to the stock, one stock, maybe it's different. I don't know. Somebody must know, Pepe. Pepe knows everything. Well, of course, that's the whole idea of it, isn't it? So when Tesla is it exactly the same percent? So Alex in our YouTube room. Hey, wait a minute. We're almost there, guys. I gotta get a spy up. Now the presser will start. So Alex made a comment like ETF can just pull shares out of the air pretty much. All right, so all right, a little pop here. But he probably has the feed on. So far, nothing exciting, but a lot of it happens during the question period. Okay, he'll come out and say stuff, I guess, and then the questions come out. That's the word I wanted. Decay, the volatility drag, ETF decay. That's the word I wanted. So Taurus put a link in there. Why do leveraged ETFs decay? Well, so far, nothing earth-shattering obviously has come out. Okay, I'm continuing to watch KC. Let me just get KC up here. I know what's happened here. Okay, let's get rid of the symbol linking. Watch rum, guys. Rum was already in a big decline before all this, but rum is trying to hold 10. Trying to hold 10 here. What happened with the Fed? So no rate increase, but I think the market was maybe hoping, but they did say we're going to have two more this year, and maybe the market was hoping for a nice surprise, saying, and we don't anticipate any more. I don't know, but you can see there was a reaction, and now we're in the middle of the press. Well, not the middle, at the beginning of the presser. That's why I have my SPY 1 minute chart up to see if there's anything dramatic happening. I don't see anything, not yet. All right, market's trying to break out just a little bit, at least on that 15-minute candle. You know, it's trying to get above the high of the previous red one. Market's trying to break out a little bit here, guys. It would be hilarious if we get a giant green candle, basically wiping all this out. That would be hilarious. All right, Mr. Casey, and we're going to follow the SPY. That's the only issue, though. You know, is the SPY going to continue? All right, I'm just going to have this up and running for another couple of minutes, maybe, see if there's anything really astonishing, like a giant green candle. Okay, here we go. A little bit. Since it started, here's at 2:30. Here's 2:30, right there, right here. Little downturn, but since then, trying to climb up. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I think I'll just get rid of the SPY chart. Okay, I'll take a look. Keep watching, of course, the 15-minute. Okay, guys, not sure anything interesting is really going to happen. We have now a topping tail now on the SPY and that 15. So a bit of a sell-off. I'm just, it's going to affect some stocks. I mean, that's the whole thing. We're in bounce mode in a few. Is interactive good for US resident? Absolutely. It's good most countries around the world. I mean, it's a US based company, but yeah, I'm in Canada, but so there is IB Canada, but I believe they're in, well, I don't know how many countries around the world they're in, but many, 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 50, 60, 70. I don't know. But certainly in the United States, absolutely. Guys, yeah, look at this now. We're getting a big time. Is it 2:41? Let's see how much time. Another 3 minutes and 40 seconds for this candle to close. So this wiped out a lot of long plays for many probably, but you shouldn't have been in any, in my opinion, ahead of this. So you only have yourself to blame if you got not wiped out, but taken out with a proper stop. Well, okay, that'll be up to you, I suppose. I mean, you can come into this room all the time and you can listen to myself. Other traders are talking about setups and, so you can ask questions, but, only you can decide whether or not it's good enough as a beginner. One thing I will say is that if you are a beginner to trading, what I would do is maybe take a look at this. So if you click on that homepage link, okay, just click on it. Okay, if you click on the homepage link, scroll down just a little bit. This Trading 101, one of the traders at Trader Days put this course together. I don't know if I want to call it a course, but it's quite a few videos. I think it's about 30 videos, but it starts off as basic as you can get. The first video is what is a stock? Okay. So you can take a look at that if you're brand new to trading. The other thing, before you actually commit money to the market, we have a simulator that uses our real-time data. You can practice trading, before you commit money to the market. And again, this room is like this between 9 and 3:30 Eastern time. Other there and between 12 and 1, when I do take a break, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room, and they have, we have 5 different traders doing that, then plus me all day long in this room, and the YouTube room, but just a different perspective, perhaps. We all have different trading styles. Ah, nice to hear, Teresa. And certainly, we've got some great traders in this room. Okay, and so if you're new, the best thing probably is to A, take a look at those videos, and B, just kind of follow along and see what people are saying. Like, eventually, I mean, listen, there's no easy path to trading. You have to practice. You have to understand charts and chart patterns and And eventually, and you also have to perhaps even decide what sort of a, with your psychological makeup, what sort of a trader do you want to be? I am definitely a day trader, an intraday trader. I don't swing trade very often, and that's just because I kind of like the action. Nothing wrong with swing trading, though I would say that swing trading over the last year has probably been a challenge, but I'm not saying it would have been impossible. But I kind of like the action of the date of the intraday trading, but that's me, and it all depends on your personality. And you may not know until you actually start to practice. All right, Casey. Now you're going to be completely influenced by the market. Yeah, I'm surprised that Casey is. I'm in this one, guys. Okay, I am in it, but I'm surprised it's following the market as looks like it's following it as closely as the SPY. Not giant candles or anything, but yeah, the wet G doesn't. I mean, it still is not looking like it wants to really tear through this area. There was a little volume spike, a little bit of a volume spike, but it didn't really produce that much. All right, guys. So typically what I do at around 250, I'll put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have questions, I will hop right back on the mic. Or if I have something to say, I'll hop back on the mic. I'm just going to kind of head into the close, and maybe Casey can give me a little bit. And it's all about looking left. It has room to 8. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to load the, I want to see if what Pepe said is correct. I want to load the another version of Trade Ideas. So I'm going to save this layout. Okay, now I'm going to exit Trade Ideas. I'll be back. Oh, come on, where's the Okay, so Pepe, you said you're on the beta, so right, guys, this is loading, loading, loading. Oh, that's interesting. How come it didn't load? There we go. Okay, drum roll, Pepe. Drum roll. Okay, now let's get to one of the ones that was not loading correctly. BWV. Let's see if it loads. Enter. You, my friend, as usual, are a genius. That's exactly the reason. STM was another one. STM. Yep, that's exactly the reason. Okay, so I've got a, yeah, you are a genius. Yes. Humble too. All right, I have to contact our devs and just tell them that. Because I know a lot of people have TradingView. So I'm not sure. Give me a moment. I'm just trying to talk to our dev, one of our devs who probably looks after this linking more than anybody. Okay, guys, so I'm back. So thank you, Pepe. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I certainly will not go to the dev build until that gets fixed. Though I may go back a couple of devs. And wow, well, I can't answer that, Kay. Is it worth it to pay a couple of grand for for trading community for courses? Um, Hard for me to answer that. But others in the room might have an opinion. All right. Okay, so Pepe, now for your next task, I'm going to give you the development build. All you have to do is scour through it and see what the difference is between the beta that you have, that we all have, and the development build. Okay, so how easy would that be to do? Ha ha. Yeah, look at Next, the guys. I mean, Next is, I mean, it still has some room. I mean, tomorrow, this is something that, I maybe watch tomorrow for sure. Note right now, for tomorrow. Next, do not forget it. Next, like I forgot the Vera. The reason being is that when you look left on that weekly chart, it's got room to 850. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but this is it's a great move. In your spare time, of course. Okay, guys. Well, there's the wet G. I think we have our answer. Wet G. I think we do have our answer. It doesn't look like it's going to. Yeah, I mean, it's well, I shouldn't say definitely, but it doesn't look like it's going to take out this 15, 16 level. It's starting to drop now. So, oh man, I forgot I had KC. Okay, I've got KC. Yeah, I still have the KC, not doing anything. Basically where I bought it. You know what's getting thumped is pets. PETS. This is getting kind of thumped here. PETS. This is not quite an all-time low, but boy, oh boy, there's hardly. I don't know where the support would be. You'd have to go back quite a few years maybe to see these lows. Yeah, guys, I don't think pets really has any support. I mean, I'm going back to 2020, 2020. Yeah, you've got to go back to, no, even there, that's not it. No, no, I'm at 2009. I don't think pets has any support, guys. It's not an all-time low quite yet, but I mean, I'm back in 2018. Like, who cares about what happened 5 years ago? This pets is right now, unfortunately, a disaster. So I have to watch this tomorrow to see if there's any further move down. So another one, put pets on my list. Yeah, certainly do remember what happened to pets or pet.com. Is this the one from PetSmart? Is this the online PetSmart, or is that another one? I know PetSmart started an online service. I think it was even well, it couldn't be this one because I think it was an IPO. So I don't think it's this one. Hey, Casey, making a little bit of a move, just a little bit of a move. And there's where I found it, guys. Where did I find? Ah, there it is, still here. That's where I found it earlier, okay, on the 20-day range high, okay? And when I saw it, I thought, well, okay, it's got room. My guess is that if this hadn't happened, we'd probably be in the 720s, maybe even 730s. My favorite was Perfumania. PRFM. Let me see what happens if I type in PRFM. PRFM. That was a symbol for Perfumania. Another one of those ones right late. They got in late, with their little website selling perfumes online. BMR. Boy, it's nice to have my the trading view back. Perfumes online, exactly. So I guess the idea was you'd go into your little local perfumery and check them out and then buy it online cheaper. I guess. Otherwise, I know even me would not buy a perfume online unless I knew what the scent was. Even me. But I know my wife would never. So that must have been their model, that they would just expect people to go into their wherever they usually bought perfumes, smell, and then go online and see if they had it, and for cheap. Oh my goodness. Lost 70%. Yeah. I mean, back in those days, I wasn't trading. I wasn't involved in that. I was involved living in Vancouver with all these little Vancouver junior mining stocks in Vancouver when we used to have the Vancouver Stock Exchange, and that was insane as the dot-com bubble was. And if you want to just type in Brex and you'll see what happened. Brex, BRE-X, and you will see. Yeah, Yellowknife. I've been to Yellowknife, been to Whitehorse. In the summer, not bad, except giant, giant things that bite you in Yellowknife. Giant things that bite you. Sorry, guys. I know we're getting a little off off the beaten path here. I'm going to be shutting down in about 8 minutes. Yeah, my golf story for Yellowknife tank is that I had a customer up there, so he said, "Come on and bring your golf clubs." Middle of summer, of course, almost 24 hours of sun. And I said, "You got a golf course out there?" "Absolutely, we've got a golf course out there up here." So I brought my clubs. Land picks me up. We have a little dinner. We go to the golf course. 100% sand. Okay, 100% sand, tree lined, but 100% sand. And the greens, trying to see if I can explain this. The greens were sort of like a little, like circular, a little kind of like a little, almost like a little moat that was dug around it, not filled with water, but sprayed with sort of some kind of a petroleum product, so the sand didn't fly away. And they stuck a little flag in there and created a little hole. And how you would play is they gave you a little piece of artificial turf. So they had tee boxes, and you tee off, and you could see where your ball landed because there'd be a little puff of dust, big puff of dust where your ball landed. You wander out there, put your little artificial turf down, and tee off and hit from there. It was pretty amusing, except the things that bit me Of course, look at Next, guys. I'm telling you, keep an eye on Next tomorrow. And of course, they always like to make fun of people who don't live there and can't handle the insects. But I'm telling you, those are giant horseflies or something, and they would take big chunks out of you. Like AstroTurf, the old AstroTurf. I mean, updated version of AstroTurf. That's what so you just pick up your ball, put it on the piece of AstroTurf. They give it to you, at the quote unquote pro shop. I said, "What's this for?" It says, "Oh, you'll see. You'll see." I was a big golfer in those days, so I mean, but you know what? It was a lot of fun. Well, guys, this next is, I'd be watching this, yeah, into the close. I mean, there might be it's a big float also. So 133 million in the float. If this closes near the high of the day, I would be certainly watching this one for tomorrow because it still has a little bit of room. Uh-oh, there it is. Yay, and that's even me. Good. Good one. That's even me. That's the picture they took of me. I'm kidding, of course, but just in case you thought I was making it all up, there it is, sand and a little piece of little piece of turf. Now, do they have I don't know if they have the so-called green. Yeah, but there it is. Unbelievable. The trees around and all sand. Thank you for finding that. That brings back memories. Somebody else, unless you're fund the boat, unless you're not, are you fund the boat? BW Tharp? You are, okay. I don't know. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, I can open it. I just have to remember to close it. I remember one day I forgot to, and my screen was being displayed, and things that weren't supposed to be displayed were displayed. But nothing bad. I mean, like that. But you know what? I'll probably just keep it running just so I don't forget how to do it, just in case down the road Discord opens it up so that they allow more than 50 people to view the screen. You never know; they might do it. The China symbol list. Now, are these China stocks that are? Oh, I see. So you don't. So you're looking for the flag being China. Okay. Um, no suggestions. No. I mean, if I am surprised though, I can't see the symbol list. Okay, I can see what it is, but I cannot see the symbols in there. And I actually asked this question a while back, like who is actually responsible? Certainly not me, but who's responsible for maintaining all these symbol lists? But we used to have. Do we still have the China in the channel bar? Do we still have China here? We used to have the China. a China channel. Let me get rid of that. But I don't think, I think it's gone also. Maybe not, maybe not. Oh, there's China. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to load the China channel. Now, the reason I'm going to have to save my layout, okay? Because this, of course, will destroy my layout. So what I'm going to do is save my layout. Then I'm going to shut down all my windows. Then I'm going to go into the old channel, excuse me, the old channel bar. And I'm going to load the China channel. Ah, yes, the old China. Okay, so let me just start to click on a few of these. Okay, so far so good. The flags are all. Yeah, but I think the problem is, yeah, it does use the China symbol list, but what is in there? So what Denver is saying is that what Denver is saying is that there's some, even though, well, okay, what are you using? So are you using? I can give you this, okay, but the problem is this is not going. This is only the complete. This is only the stocks that have. Okay, I could probably give you this. It's because the stocks are at least 50 cents. I mean, that's not a big. There's nothing else. And how many? Let me just see if I can do this. The time frame, set the record count. 500 should be enough. Well, no, he's not. No, he's not on this, Pepe. But it's possible that this, and we do have a China. Now, I don't know, is that mine or is that somebody else's? I can't remember. I think, is that something I put together? I can't really remember. I haven't used this for so long. Well, that's the question because when you guys do this, so if you right click on say a top list window and you click on configure, and then you click on symbol lists, and then add existing list. Okay. So when you start scrolling down, do you see China? And only those who have never created a China symbol list. Do you see that? Because then that is the China symbol list. Or is it somewhere else? I just don't know where it would be. Okay, and you never created that, Pepe. You never created a China symbol list. Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's take this. I'm going to add this one too. Hmm. Let's just see if this. I want to get rid of this because this is, well, I can't do it because of course, yeah, I can't play around with the channel. I can't do that. I was trying to add this one and see if all of a sudden we were getting other stocks, not just China stocks. But I can't mess around with the channel. I can't change it. Let me see if I can do it. No. Well, right now, anyway, in that symbol list, and it's hard for me to believe that it's different, but you're saying that when you're clicking on it, You know, you're getting US stocks also. And I'm not seeing that here. So listen, best I can do, hopefully this is going to work for you. This should be all the China stocks. I mean, this is 500 in here. Well, it's not 500. I don't know how they've, I mean, it's not bad. It's only 50 cents. Price is at least 50 cents. And the time frame record count is 500. No, unless there's not 500 stocks that are in that list. But it's very possible that there are more stocks. You see, that's the problem. I don't know how up to date our symbol list is. So I can give you this, but I have a feeling, Denver, it's not an entire list because it's hard for me to believe that this is, but listen, I can give you this to start, okay? You should not be able to do that. That's the, just give me a moment. Yeah, I don't, because this is the shared symbol list, and I don't think you can, unless I made a change here, I don't think you can adjust it. You can see it. Okay, if what you're saying is yeah, I mean, it'd take a lot of work. It would take a lot of work because here is the symbol list, okay? What you can't do is, you know, say, okay, let's delete that because it's affecting everybody. You can't, yeah, you can't edit it, but you'd have to literally, if you're that inclined to do it. Okay, well, at least you could do this, okay? I guess you could do this. At least you can copy it. Let me just see if you can do that. I think you should be able to copy it. Okay, so at least you can, so you can take that symbol list and copy it all, okay? Like create a new symbol list, like create the new. You can copy all this, paste it in just like I've done here, okay? And then you can, if you see stocks that you think are US stocks, then you can delete them. Okay, does that make sense? The key was you can copy it. At least you can copy it and put it in. But then you can go through this and you say, hey, wait a minute, you know, SPDR is not a China stock. I don't know, you know, it's going to take a while. But for instance, you probably know some already. Hmm. Yeah, I thought though he was going to have to literally type them all in, and just like not type the one, but he can copy them all and then delete the ones that are US. At least that's, your China list is, so here it is. Go down to personal, don't pass the personal, go to the shared symbol list, view it. Here they are. You can't edit it as that's what I thought. Cannot edit it. So even if you see something here, say, wait a minute, that's not a China stock, or I don't want warrants, or something. I don't know what the heck this is. BIT. I think this is an inputting error. Okay. I think it just was an inputting error. But you can copy this list and then put it into a new symbol list that you call like your my China stocks, and then you can edit it and get rid of the ones that you think are US based. Or, as Draw D said, now can you copy that? China stocks, yeah. So can you copy this though? Okay, here's another way you can do it. Okay, another way. So, okay, here's another way you can do it. If you go to the special specific stocks only, and we're Draw D, put the China stocks, and that might be pretty up to date. Okay, that might be very, very, very much up to date. Okay, now the problem is, of course, you can't. So what I would do is, hopefully, is there a way to export this to Excel? See, 249. So this is it. I mean, this is a list of China stocks listed on US stock exchanges, updated automatically. So it is current as of yesterday. Now, here you go, Excel. Boom. That's what you do. Okay, or copy or something. But I maybe put it in Excel, and of course, then that'll be uh, a column, and then you can just copy the column and put it into your symbol list. Okay, that's what I would do because that's up to date. It says so. It's up to date as of yesterday. But Denver, does that make sense? Okay, so K, as far as or Kev, as far as the bot is concerned, we do not well, in fact, we're not going to allow auto trading the AI anymore, okay? If you're talking about auto trading. If you're talking about using it like a symbol list, the way I do, I mean, you have to have some trading experience. But if you're planning to say, well, I want the AI just to trade for me, I don't want to know anything other than, how does it automatically take a trade and exit? Then it's not for you. We're going to be stopping that if it hasn't already been stopped. Okay. So I don't want to mislead you at all. Well, if you just need it for alerts, but okay, let me get rid of this. No. Whoa, no, I didn't want to do that. Okay. So I actually did a video today on Next. Okay. Let me just load this. Okay, so here are the AI alerts for today. Okay. Now, if you're saying That's the recommendation is to, trade around them. Use it like a watch list. So as an example, and I did my video today on Next. So here's Next. So we had an alert at $6.90 right there. You can see that right there. Now that was pretty early. It was at 9:41. I personally don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, but that's just me. So but from that alert, it went from 6.90 all the way up to 7.80, almost $1 before it pulled back. And look what it did. It pulled back through the initial alert price underneath. And so what I say is that if you use this like a watch list, sometimes, maybe even though you got the alert, and maybe even if you don't mind trading in the first 15 minutes, maybe you just didn't like the way it looked, and you say, darn, I missed it. Well, look what happened. It came back down and then it popped through again. It sort of held that level for a bit. It's almost 45 minutes. And then look what it did. You could have taken it then either even the second time, maybe you traded it out, got out of it, or the first time right here, and maybe it went from about $7 to 7.36, a little bit of a pullback. You could have got out some there, popped up here. Maybe you would have traded some out here. All I'm saying though is that using it like a watch list is the way to go. So if you have an idea about trading, then these alerts, because they're automatic. I mean, the alerts are automatic. Now, how you trade them will be up to you. The WISA, we were kind of waiting on the WISA to see if it could take out 2 again. Didn't do it. Wasn't the worst alert at 171, and it got up to 204 before it pulled back. I kept waiting to see if it would, actually break through that 171 again. Didn't do it, but that's the way I use it. It's a watch list, if that makes sense. So if you just need it for the alerts, how good is it? Well, then that'll be up to you. Okay, guys, I think I'll little overtime for me, so that's okay. So I think I'll head out now. So any other questions? Invoices in the mail. No, you're not done yet. You have to figure out why my dev build is not working. But you're not off the hook yet. Let me just answer the help. Oops. Okay, guys, I will shut down now. Okay. Thanks again for all the help. Let me just get my little script together so I can close down more officially. Ooh, tomorrow is Thursday. All right, everybody. Thanks for all the help, as always, especially you know who. And we'll open the room tomorrow. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I'll get rid of you guys now.